Yo, Jen in the building. What's poppin', Queen? What good, Jen? Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi. Yo, it's a little surprise for me too that you're here because I wasn't sure if you was gonna make it because of my late ass and shit. But yeah, I'm glad the show's running, man. How's everybody doing? Like, welcome to the show, Jennifer. How
Thank
you doing?
you.
Thank you.
Am I
Am I
echoing?
echoing? Little bit. Am I echoing?
Nah, I think
Nah, I
that's
think
just
that's
me.
just me. All right, let me see. Yeah, it's probably me. Hold on a second.
Hey, everybody in the chat. Y'all gotta excuse me. I'm a little under the weather.
Yo, me too, man. Like I was just about to say that shit.
Yeah, I
Hey,
think. I've been in a house. I haven't even been outside. Like I haven't been around nobody. I just woke up today and yes,
something
y'all
is
thought I
in the
slept
air.
under the window or something.
Something's in the air. Something's definitely in the air. Yeah. How's everybody doing, man? It's good to see everybody in the building. Look. Let me shout the family out real quick. First comment in the building, Donnie Mitchell. How you doing, sis? Good to see all of you. Like I'm seeing faces that been here from day one. Rabbit, what's going on? Queen, what's going on? Nettie, Cash. Who else? Jasmine Barnes. Hey, long time no see.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
man. Hope life treating you good. Yeah, same here. Likewise. Yeah, who's this? Nettie. What's going on, Nettie? Good to see you. Nia John Z. Happy holidays to you too, and to everybody in the building. I know I've been MIA for a little minute. I just been taking care of things and trying to better myself. And like I said on my Instagram post and shit, just trying to follow God's plan for my life. And I really mean that. So it's been a little task. It's been a little journey, but in due time, I guess we'll talk about it. But enough of that. It's good to see you all. I hope you all had a happy, blessed, Merry Christmas. And I wish you guys a way better New Year than you had this year. Um, Jennifer, how was your Christmas?
My
Oh,
Christmas was good. I was blessed to see another one. That's all I could ever ask for. Um, I'm not really like, I did put up a tree, and me and Anaya we decorated it, and I put a wreath on the door, and I've never really been too big into the holidays and stuff, but I'm thankful. Uh,
right.
I'm here. I'm blessed. No complaints at all.
Amen.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I had a decent one. I just been busy and trying to get things situated, so it was pretty regular but decent. Um, so I hope everybody enjoyed their holidays. These times like this, a lot of people's out there and they feelings. They missing a loved one. Things remind them of their past during these times. You know, just a lot of things go on with people. So make sure you reach out to a loved one, friend, family, and just tell them you love them. Make sure they don't feel alone out here. Um, but yeah, I just wanted to get on here and catch up with you guys. There's a lot going on, and I ain't been here in a little minute, so I wanted
yes,
to
you have
pretty.
been missing in action.
Yeah, I know you be telling me, Jen be like, yo, you good? Jen, along with several others that I think you guys know who you are. T the Goddess, a couple of more people. I thank you guys. Appreciate you guys for always keeping an eye out and just being concerned and uh, making sure I'm good. So yeah, I just wanted to touch on this whole Megan and Tory situation. We finally got a verdict, um, and he was found guilty. So I'm glad that I have somebody like Jennifer up here. She's a female, and she could pretty much talk from the female's perspective. Because I've been seeing a lot of females lash out at Megan, and It's just crazy. Shout out to Deeper than before we start. Deeper than Skin Deep. Shout out to you. That's
Her
family
beautiful
right here.
self.
Yeah, that's family right here. And I ain't seen you in a minute, so it's really, really good to see you. Um, and everybody
Love
else
you
that came
back.
through. Yeah, yeah,
Sorry, I'm
everybody
just
else that
replying to
came
the
through.
chat.
Yeah, go ahead. You can reply to comments too,
Yeah.
Jen, before we get it started. You could definitely do that while I fix
Now
this.
let's get it started. Let's get. Hey everybody, I love you back. Happy holidays to everyone. I kind of already said my piece, on Instagram with wishing everybody happy holidays. I needed to take a break also from the social media stuff or whatever. It was kind of getting to me. Especially this particular case with Megan and Tory and Kelsey and 1501 and supposedly Rock Nation and Jay-Z. This is right up your alley because Hotshot, you like the conspiracy theories and all that other stuff.
Oh yeah, oh
You
yeah.
know what I mean?
A lot of YouTubers don't. I've noticed. I see a lot of YouTubers. They hate the conspiracy theories. Like, and you know what it is? I think it's just a bad reputation just the word conspiracy theories have. It's like, oh, this person's full of shit. This person crazy. So I don't even like to call it that. I'm just a
Right,
deep critical thinker. You know what I'm saying? Like, I
right.
think outside the box. But yeah, go ahead. Definitely go ahead.
Nah, I mean, I don't know if you know, but there's actually a woman who has started a petition in favor of an appeal for Tory. I think the last I heard, this was yesterday, um, they were already up to 18,000 signatures. They're trying to get to
Well,
25,000. And I think it's possible that, they're probably going to get there. I don't really know what the petition is going to do or if it's going to help. But it seems to be a lot of rage and a pretty big uproar as far as people deeming Megan to be a liar. Um, the problem with that is she did lie. Um, whether or not it was anybody's, whether or not it was anybody's business on, the questions that was asked her on, I believe people know what I'm talking about when she did the interview with Gail, when she denied sleeping with Tory. So that has been a big, huge thing. She lied about glass, her stepping on glass. So, a lot of people are like, she lied once. Who's to say that she's not lying in regards to this?
right.
Me personally, on the outside looking in, putting some of all of what I've seen from beginning to now, um, I do believe she was shot. And if people take into account the way things has played out, like um, Tory, he made a basically a diss song laughing at her. Um, Kelsey also made a diss song to Meg, and in that diss song, she basically said like, "Yo, you saw who shot you. You
Mm,
seen it." And I believe um, Kelsey was looking for Megan to speak up and say, Kelsey didn't shoot me. Although Meg said Tory shot me, I believe that wasn't enough. I believe when people started speculating that, it could have been Kelsey, I believe Kelsey was looking for Meg to stand up for her, like Meg was looking for Kelsey to stand up for her also in the media and be like, no, Tory really did shoot her. Um, we
right.
could talk about Meg sleeping with Tory behind Kelsey's back. From my understanding, Tory wasn't anybody's man. Um, and if Kelsey and Meg did get in a fight, I think people are forgetting that alcohol played a major role in
Absolutely.
the events that night. I am not a drinker. Um, you give me 1 to 2 glasses of wine, and I'm happy, and then I don't know what. Um, so, with people who were drinking the way that it has been stated that they were drinking, it is very possible to not remember your every step. Um, it is very possible to remember one thing going one way and it was really another way. Um, I, I, I just, I just think that there's a lot of angry people about Tory going to jail more so than they were angry about Megan being shot. And
Mm,
I think it's crazy.
I
I
think
think
it's
it's
crazy too.
I think is bugged out. Right, right. Nobody said I see that. No one said she didn't get hurt, but did he do it? Well, that is the question. And the problem is he didn't get up on his stand. He chose not to speak up for himself. He chose to leave his life in the hands of 12 strangers and
Right.
a jury, and they decided. They decided on his fate. It's not like Meg decided on, whether or not he was guilty. It's not like Kelsey decided if he was guilty or innocent. The judge didn't even decide if he was guilty or innocent. These are 12 people that your lawyer chooses for you. You know what I mean? They choose whether they're going to keep you or they're not going to keep you. And that's, it's like the roll of the dice. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I too could possibly be in that situation later on, me sitting before a jury, 12 people who are supposed to be my peers. And regardless of my situation, it could still be, they could rule against me.
Right.
So, it's one of those things that's like because Tory chose not to get up there and speak for himself, it's always going to leave a lot of people guessing as to why didn't he speak up. I mean, I'm assuming that he didn't speak up because they would have brought past transgressions into play. His assault with the Prince guy from Love and Hip Hop. I believe they came up with a settlement. His altercation with August Alsina. But I personally feel like if he would have went on the stand, he would have been able to say, like, yeah, I fought those men.
Right.
I didn't hit a woman.
There's a
I didn't settle a
stigma.
case with a woman. I mean, I personally don't know if there's anything out there of Tory regarding other women. This is the only incident that I know about with a woman. I know about his incidents with other men. So I
Right.
feel like he could have gotten on a stand and spoken for himself and told what really happened. Instead, he left it for people's speculation. And, if you take Kelsey's, her pleading the fifth, her wanting immunity, yeah, a lot of people could look at that like, there's some guilt there. But let's think about it from when it first happened. The things that Kelsey said in her rhyme, in her diss track to Megan, the fact that Kelsey did tell the police that Tory shot her. There was a text message between Kelsey and I believe Meg's security saying that Tory shot her. I mean, now she has a baby with one of the guys, one of the execs from
From 1501.
1501.
This is crazy.
Right. That just, you know what I'm saying? Like that just it's mighty funny. It's kind of fishy. It's kind of suspect
Right.
to where it leaves so many, it leaves a lot of people open for speculation on whether or not Kelsey really had something to do with it.
Right. Yeah.
You know,
What I really think is, um, to me, the bigger, like, like what the question that really stands out is how much time should he really do? I feel like he should do time regardless to what, right? Because what I feel happened was, I feel like he didn't want to shoot Megan, but then again, he did want to scare Megan and ended up accidentally, uh, getting bullet fragments in her feet, or who knows? Maybe he did want to get the bullet fragments in there just to,
Nah,
say,
I don't. Nah, I kind of believe where you were first going
yeah,
with it.
yeah.
Um,
I'm just saying,
I
I believe
I don't
he
believe that's why I don't think he was charged with attempted murder.
right,
Because if he wanted to shoot her, he would have shot her. But you got to think about the charges that he got. His charges was specifically pertaining to him being in possession. I sound so funny because when I was this would stop, but him being in possession of a firearm.
right,
If he didn't get in trouble before this incident, his his time to the charges may not have been so grand.
right,
You understand what I'm saying? Like, for I know there are first time offenders who actually do go to jail and get in trouble. But what I'm saying is, I don't believe he is a first time offender.
right,
And according to um, whether or not he had a legal right to have that gun, if he had a license for that gun, none of that played into this case because apparently he didn't have a legal gun. And I know people talk about DNA and well, his DNA wasn't on a gun, and but did they test for anybody's DNA?
hmm,
I don't believe they tested for anyone's DNA. You know what I mean? I believe that they took the words of the people who were witnesses. It's one of those things where it's like, when you're in a situation and you're like, yo, I know this happened, but you have nobody that can corroborate what you say. Well, in this situation, initially, Megan had somebody to corroborate her story, which was her friend Kelsey. And people have to take into account the police body cam. I believe it was the police body cam or either somebody videoing when the police showed up at that incident, and you seen Kelsey sitting on looks what looked like, she was sitting in front of a house like on a step or something. Regardless if Megan and Kelsey had just gotten a physical fight, if Kelsey just bust Megan's ass, who was the one screaming to Megan asking them if they were okay? It was Kelsey.
right.
Kelsey was the one who was asking Meg, hey Meg, are you okay? Are you all right?
Now, according to one of the witnesses, there was all fighting, right? There was two female fighting, which was Megan and Kelsey allegedly, and there was men jumping in and hitting that one female. So, like, I mean, I don't know if I don't know if I believe Megan and Kelsey was fighting. Maybe Kelsey was the one trying to break everything up, which is why she had gunpowder residue on her hands or whatever the case is. She was probably trying to take the gun away from Tory. Who
Well,
knows?
no, if you go according to Kelsey's own testimony, she said that she was kind of outside of the car, where she was kind of getting out of the passenger seat and Tori was hanging out the front. See, he was in the front seat now and he was hanging like the door was kind of open, but his hand was like above the window and he was just shooting. There's a possible because Kelsey was still in such a close range to him. There's a possibility that that's how the gun. I know people are speculating. Oh, they had to been fighting over the gun, but here's the thing: the gun only held 5 bullets. Right? When the police showed up, the gun was locked. It was locked because it was emptied.
Hmm,
The witness stated that he heard 4 to 5 shots. So it's one of those things where he didn't say he heard a shot and then it was a struggle and then a short time later then it was 4 more shots.
right.
No, he said it looked like fireworks came from Kelsey. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to think about it. If only his hand is hanging out the window, you know what I'm saying? And she's close, the car is black, it's nighttime. He's a scary white man looking out the window. You know what I'm saying? And Kelsey is getting out or getting in the passenger seat. It just, it's one of those things where it's like we can continue to speculate. We can
Right.
continue to speculate. But because people didn't keep it real from jump, from the beginning, it's always gonna leave this door open. Kelsey chose not to speak up. Meg lied first. Tory chose to think that his shit didn't stink and he can antagonize people online and that will be okay and he's still gonna get away with it. So me personally, I am leaning towards a guilty Tory.
Right.
But that's my personal opinion, and I believe, and I'm grasping that opinion just from some of his actions. You know what I mean? Some of the things that I have heard about him, about his behavior, about his anger, um, and I and if I'm wrong, God forgive me.
Well,
You know,
Glizzy God says his baby mother did say he pulled the gun out on her, allegedly, of course. They dropped screenshots on Twitter, and this man has some serious issues. Aquarius, one says he assaulted Dream Doll and also his baby mom as well. So, you
right,
know, I guess he
right.
have a history.
Nia Jones says the next day she sent a text to Meg saying, should she go to the hospital because of the fight, Tory dragging her? Well, you know what, Nia Jones? What if Kelsey was the woman in the street that Tory was fucking up? You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? Like the guy who testified it, he said that it was a woman in the street, but he couldn't say for sure if it was Megan or if it was Kelsey. I don't think that was specified who the woman actually was that was in the middle of the street that they thought was going to be thrown into a river, and he thought that they was going to kill him, kill her. From what I also heard was Tory, he really did a number on Kelsey.
Maybe Kelsey did beat Meg up and she was too drunk to remember.
Well, I mean, we definitely listen. We if you
Nah.
listen to EJ King, he said that, Meg does have she has a habit of getting really drunk, and when she gets drunk, she could be pretty bold at the mouth. And according to him, he said that she told Kylie that she thought Kylie was going to be lame.
Oh shit.
And, EJ, like, he was like, okay, it's time to fucking go. It's time to go. I don't think anybody specified why supposedly Kylie said you got to get the fuck out.
Mm.
I think, to me, with Meg being that drunk, with her being that drunk, and EJ telling her, come on, girl, we gotta go, we gotta get out of here, we gotta get the fuck out of here. Her being drunk and saying that, oh, Kylie said we got to get the fuck out of here. It's just one of those things where, listen, belligerent drunk people do stupid shit. And
Right.
then the very next day, they wake up with the puppy dog face and they feeling shame and they're embarrassed and they don't remember half the things that happened, half the things that they did. And that's why I wish Kelsey would have spoken up. I wish Kelsey would have kept it all the way 100, like kept it all the way real. And the problem that I have with people is this whole no snitching thing that people have out here in the world.
Right.
Like, I get if you're out here and you're doing crime and you have somebody with you and you're both doing crime and y'all make that commitment, but a civilian, a person who who goes to work and come home and trying to take care of their family and whatever have you, I like, where's the cutoff mark to that? Like what if the bullet fragments, that burst when hitting the ground or whatever. What if one of those bullets would have went into a window and hit a child? I mean, we've all heard of it before. What if one of those bullets ricocheted off the ground and you know what I'm saying, and hit the man who was being nosy looking out the window, not minding his business? You know what I'm saying? Like, well, we have said it was his fault because he should have been minding his business. There's a lot of things that comes from this particular act of violence. And I don't care if it was a mistake. I don't care if it was, I wasn't trying to shoot her. I was just, I was mad. I was angry. I was, like somebody had said, I don't know who it was, but somebody had said supposedly that, I don't, Meg said it. Supposedly, Tory Lanez had said, dance, BITCH or something like that. So,
Right.
I mean, he still should be held accountable. Like,
Right.
and
Which is what I
I
was
don't
saying
believe, and listen, Kelsey's immunity, people have to understand Kelsey's immunity is not like she can't just do shit and get away. Like that wasn't what her immunity was. Like her immunity wasn't like, I get to say I shot her and I walk away free and we still lock this nigga up.
right. You know, it's just like I said earlier. I felt like he said, dance, bitch, start shooting at the floor. Maybe he got into an argument because Tori was flirting with everybody, Kelsey,
Right.
Megan, Kylie. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
And like you said, liquor plays a big role. So I'm sure Megan, she bold, she got no filter. You know what I'm saying? She won't
Right.
say she want to say what she feels. So she was like, "Yo, fuck wrong with you? You out here flirting with Tom, Dick, and Harry? You fucking the friend, you fucking her, you fucking the person she invited you to their house. Like, I mean, allegedly, but I'm just saying, that's probably what Megan was thinking. Like, damn, now you're gonna go after Kylie in our faces. Like this whole shit was crazy. And then
Yeah,
she
well, that's the problem. Some women they become territory over the D that don't belong to them. And it's a possibility that Meg felt, some type of obligation to Tori's private part. And, all of this went haywire. Um, I wish Megan told the truth. I wish she would have been like, yeah, excuse me, people, I know you guys don't really hear me talk like this, but I wish she would have said, yeah, I fucked him. And what?
right.
What does that have to do with me being shot?
Fly
Like I
first.
wish that,
Leave Tori
people
shot.
talk about their truth and this is my truth and this is my truth. But you went on national TV. You went and had a sit down. I don't know who told her that that would be a good idea. I don't know what publicist said, look, let's get in front of this now. You go sit down with Gail King and whatever you do not admit to sleeping with him, only for it to come out in court. You know what I'm saying? So I get a lot of people's aggravation. I get their whole like, well, wait a minute, like, but coming from a woman who has been in compromising situations,
Yeah. So yeah,
sometimes it's scary to tell the truth. So it's
I mean, you gotta think about it too. Megan and Tori is in the rap game. You know what I'm saying? They in the rap industry.
right.
So that telling is against street code, is against, what I'm saying, what they claim to be as a rapper. So um
Yeah, but Meg has never represented herself as a gangster rapper. Meg has never represented herself like she was out here gun toting. I don't care if she is from Texas.
right, which is why
That's
she
not the
came out with like
persona that she
freestyling.
portrayed. Now, if you would have told me Akbar V or Johnny Blaze or shoot, even Remy Ma for that matter, I think Remy Ma is gangster. I mean, and
Yeah,
she ain't even
yeah,
got to say much. You
most
know what I'm
definitely
saying? But I
is.
just don't, not putting anything past Megan, but I'm just saying she's never represented herself like that. And Tory, I wish he would have just stayed in his lane. Like, dude, you're a short guy who makes nice R&B music. You got a little skill to your rap. You know what I'm saying? And I he portrayed a person who felt like he was invincible. You know what I'm saying? Like online, he portrayed the things that he would say, pertaining to all the stuff that's going on. And, his persona, he portrayed that kind of person. Like, I could do what I want, and what? And I believe he got a little more cocky after the August Alsina situation. Am I here by myself? Did Hotshot just?
Nah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm
Oh,
here.
okay. Short man syndrome. He's so angry. A lot of short men do feel like they got a lot of compensating to do, but tall men, they ain't all that it's cracked up to be either. So I don't, I think everybody should just chill out, man. I don't know. It's it's I I just I see a lot of people talking about this Meg and Tory. I've seen celebrities come forward and be like completely angry. But it's like, why you didn't get angry before the court? Like, why you didn't get angry? You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, do something behind the scenes. People talk about these celebrities, they behind the scenes, they have this pull and they could do this and they could do that. I don't know. I just don't understand what people were expecting from this. Like, did people expect Meg to stay quiet? Did they expect Tory Lanez to walk? Like, I don't know. Me too, Purple Nemo. I still feel bad for August. Okay, he's over there, promoting his skincare line with his new buddy. I'm gonna say buddy because I don't have the right to speculate who that person is. They both pretty, because I don't know what. You know what I'm saying? Like, they skin be glowing, the waves be popping, but he over there promoting his skincare line. He chilling. He ain't bothering nobody. You know?
I agree. Nia Jonze says the next day, Kelsey sent a text to Meg saying she should go to the hospital because of the fight, and Tori dragging her. Why would she text the person who supposedly shot her? And she responded.
Right.
Right. So yeah, I think it was just Tori being stupid and irresponsible and just, trying to scare Meg, trying to get her to shut up or calm down and try to scare her off with the bullet. So with the shooting the floor, and I just feel like, the bullets ricocheted and bullet fragments hit her feet. Um, and regardless to what he was being reckless and irresponsible, he could have ended up really killing somebody. Um, and he definitely should serve some kind of punishment. But the question remains: how much time should Tory do for his reckless endangerment? Pretty much.
See,
Uh,
that's the thing, right? I don't I think that question, it's so broad because it's one of those things where it's like I was kind of saying before, like when somebody who's never done a crime before and this is their first time, you know, th- should you be like, well, the crime wasn't that bad. So maybe only give them this. I think where a lot of people's anger and confusion comes in is because Meg specifically said Tory shot me. Not that Tory shot all over the place and the bullet fragments from, went into my foot. I think that's the issue. I think because she said Tory shot me, people are feeling like, well, you said Tory shot you. So technically, wouldn't that be like attempted murder? Wouldn't that be like some type of degree of assault?
right.
You know what I mean? So how long should he get? His sentencing is based on gun laws and not based on his fragments that went into Meg's foot. You know what I'm saying? Like she was the dummy in the courtroom. She was like, when they put on a slideshow, she was just a part of the slideshow. But going to jail for he's going to jail for having a gun in his vehicle. He's going to jail because a white man said he's seen him shoot all over the place. That's why he's going to jail.
Right.
And
It's crazy because he
he's not
wasn't going
going to
to
jail for shooting Meg.
jail. He wow. They probably just more pissed that he could have shot that white man in his crib while he was shooting all over, while Tory was shooting all over the place.
Hey, Big E, that's a big question, but that's a question for Kelsey. That's a question that people should be bombarding Kelsey with. Yo, why did you plead the fifth? This is the thing. People can say the justice system fails a lot of people, and that may be true, but when you give 12 total strangers the option to choose over your life, what happens to you. They you never know. The women in the audience, they could have had a short ex-husband that they hate with a passion. You know what I'm saying? Like you could have,
Finish her!
it's just one of those things where you never know what a person is harboring on the inside of them. Listen, people hold grudges. People don't like somebody else because of what somebody else did to them. So when you leave your life in the hands of listen, look, you ain't got to worry about me out here doing no kind of fuckery to be in nobody's courtroom where they can be judging on how much time I'm gonna spend away from my family and how much time I'm gonna spend away from the comforts of my own home. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? And when you make those choices, is one of those things where listen, you choose the life that you have. And when you get too big for your britches, which that's my opinion of Tory, he got too big for his britches. And, that God that he speaks about all the time, said, listen, nigga, I'm going to sit your ass down. Even if there is an appeal that comes, even if the appeal is granted and they go to court and he's fine, listen, something had to sit that nigga down. Okay. Something had to scare him. Something has to, it's just, you just never know what's in God's plan.
Absolutely. Amen. Some people are calling Megan a snitch. What is she supposed to do? I'm tired of these rap dudes. Yeah, well, she's a female getting shot by a male. So if she's a snitch, what that make Tory? Like, why your little ass couldn't do something else? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, diss her, say something. Like, why you gotta shoot her? Like, that makes you look weak as fuck. Um, but
Listen,
I
if
agree.
May got out the truck to walk away, why you ain't let Shorty walk? Yo, listen, you know how many cars I done jumped out of just from an argument with a nigga. You know what, nigga? I'll walk. And one of them actually made me walk. Like he was like, all right, bye, and drove off. You know what I'm saying? But that was my choice. You know what I'm saying? Like I got off the car, I chose to walk off. Nigga, y'all should have drove off. Y'all should
Right.
have left. You know what I'm saying? And it's just one of those things where hindsight is, whatever. You can always look back and be like, oh, I wish I made a different choice or I wish I made a different decision. Here we are now, three grown adults in a situation, and this is the outcome. Do I really think, like, me personally, I think Meg is going to, she's going to have, like, the scarlet letter on her. She's gonna have a dark cloud over her you know, for some time to come because of this. I think her features are gonna be limited. You know what I'm saying? So maybe new artists who ain't got no pull. I think there's gonna be a lot of repercussions for her, and in this music world, that's gonna come back and bite her in the ass. And for Tory, I feel like he's gonna be like R. Kelly behind bars. dropping albums and shit. So
Yeah, this shit is crazy, man. I feel like yeah, he should do some time, but is 20 years the right time? Does he deserve 20 years in jail over
now
this?
I think maybe he might get about 8. I don't think they're gonna
Yeah, I
sentence
don't
him
think
to 20 some years. I think he might. R.
yeah,
Kelly, La Fellow, that's the reason. Now I'm not saying he's an R. Kelly. I said I think he's gonna be like R. Kelly behind bars dropping albums. Not that I'm saying he is anything of what R. Kelly has been accused from. I'm not comparing them in that way. I'm just saying, like, like, yeah, let me clarify that. Yeah.
shit get misconstrued quick around here.
Uh,
I could already see these these blogs.
right. Jennifer said,
Right, right, right.
so,
Jennifer said Tory's R. Kelly. He's just
right? Nah. I said he's gonna be like R. Kelly dropping albums. And you might listen, you might hear, he might finally tell what actually happened. You know what I'm saying? But it's just one of those things where I just
Big
feel
E
like,
says Meg lied about everything. Wow. Now I don't think Meg lied about everything. I mean, let's get back to the things she lied about. What she lied about? She lied about having sex with Tory. Whose business is that? Now, people call it a lie. I call it keeping her shit, her privacy, and her, uh, you know, sex life or whatever it may be to herself. Why should she have to publicize who she's sleeping with every time she sleep with somebody? That she got to tell the world. So I don't really know if she lied. I just don't think she gave information and didn't want to give information on her sex life.
oh no,
Um,
she lied. No,
yeah,
she
of
she
course
definitely
she did.
she
If you get
definitely lied.
technical, if you
She
get technical,
definitely lied to Gail.
she lied
Listen,
to
she
Gail. If,
Gail said,
but
"Did you have any sexual intercourse or whatever she said?" And Meg stumbled and repeated the question and was like, "No." You know what I'm saying? And the question that she asked was one of those questions like, do you have any kind of sexual encounter with this nigga?
okay, well,
And
I guess what
Meg
I mean.
bold facedly was like, no. And I feel like she should have been like, what does that matter? Like, does that change? Like, should people feel more sympathy for him if I say yes, that I did? Should people feel more sympathy for me if I said no, I didn't? Like, what the hell are we talking about? We're talking about a man who used a gun to intimidate me.
Right.
We're not talking about how many partners I had. I don't care if I slept with the whole industry. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that how don't they play musical chairs with each other? You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like, isn't that like in a particular type of circle or group where,
It's
this
part of
season you
Hollywood.
could see this person with this one. Next season you could see this person with, you know what I'm saying? Like, they done swapped
It's part of Hollywood.
significant others. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that should be,
I mean, can we be mad at Meg? I mean, she lied about fucking Tory. Can we be mad at her? I mean, listen, she didn't want the world to be in her fucking coochie. Could you be mad at the lady for that? Oh, like
I
I
mean, I,
guess
I mean, to be, but people can be mad at her.
yeah, yeah, you're
You know what
right.
I'm
People
saying?
right.
Like, they because they actually are.
They
People
are.
are actually really, really upset. You have celebrities who are calling her a snitch. You know what I'm saying? Because now this man is away from his family, and I feel like this particular person, dude, you just got out of jail. You know what
I
I'm
ain't
saying?
noticed.
And you held it that, yeah, I ain't snitch. I went to jail and I did my time. Well, you should have spoke to that nigga Tory and told him, listen, my nigga, like, if you out here doing the crazy shit, own up to your shit, take that time, eat it like a man, and keep it moving. But to
Uh,
bash Meg like as if she was a part of some type of like if she signed the NDA with the nigga and was like, yo, you know what? If you shoot me, I can't say nothing because I signed the NDA. That's how people are acting.
Right.
And I feel like, yes, people can be upset that she didn't tell the truth from the very beginning. But until you're in that situation, until something like that has happened to you, that's like telling an abused person in a relationship. I'm not going to say woman or man because I feel like niggas be getting knocked upside the head too. But that's like telling an abused person in a relationship, oh, girl, you should leave him.
Yeah,
As
I feel
much sense as it makes, is not something that clicks right
right away.
away. And I don't believe that she was in fear of she said that she was in fear of Tory getting shot. Um, and that's the reason why she didn't speak up at first. That's the reason why she didn't say anything to the police because it was the whole,
She
George Floyd
and Black
and
Lives
all of
Matter,
that. That listen,
the movement and all that going on. So yeah, she was saying that she ain't want another case of a black man being shot by the cops.
right?
But Megan is a big girl, says Miss Poo Poo, and she beat all her men. Megan got arrested for beating her ex boyfriend. So Megan is a big girl. And I could see her beating the fuck out of Tory, and Tory feeling like his ego just got shattered and felt the need to pull that gun out and scare her and intimidate her, and then ended up really probably not wanting to shoot her, but wanting to at least get them fragments in that foot to teach her a lesson.
You
Don't put
you
your
you
weight,
you always find a reason. You always find a way to joke.
put those, don't you put those big paws on me ever again, Megan. I told
Yeah,
you.
but see the severity of it, like, people could look at it and laugh and find jokes and, find fault and whatever, but it, God forbid,
Oh, I
people would
like
have been like, "Oh, rest in peace," and you know what I'm saying? Like, God forbid if one of those women lost their life that night.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
There was a whole
and you got to think about it. They were in Tory's vehicle with Tory's driver. And from what I heard, he was a hired driver. But I don't know too many hired drivers who is going to get out of the vehicle, participate in whatever
violent.
BS y'all got going on out here in the middle of the street. You know what? I'm calling my dispatch. I'm not getting out the car. I'm not being accused of anything. I'm not trying to help nobody in the car. I am hired just to drive. I'm hired to pick you up and drop you off. I'm not hired to do nothing else. So if there was only four people in a vehicle and a witness said that he seen two men over top of a woman out in the middle of the street, that would mean that it was Tory and his driver.
Hmm.
So it's more, to me, it's more believable that it happened than it isn't believable that it happened. And I know people are saying, well, the courts, they didn't prove. No, they proved exactly what they were looking to prove, that Tory had a gun in his possession.
Mhm.
That's it. That's what they were looking for. They were looking to see if Tory Lanez had a gun in his possession. It being in his vehicle, that's his possession. You ever had a cop pull you over and somebody got some drugs or something and they done threw the weed in the back seat and the cop say, you know what, we're all y'all being charged?
Yep.
Maybe people are upset that that didn't happen because there wasn't, but it was Tory's vehicle, Tory's driver. That's not the vehicle that Megan Kelsey came to Kylie's house in. That's just the car that they left in. So I feel like there's a lot of pieces to this puzzle where people are only seeing what's being posted now. They're only focusing on what's being posted now versus, you know, doing a timeline of all the events that have occurred.
Yeah, I like this comment saying 5 to 10 years from Aquarius one. And the thing is, he's been antagonizing Megan for over 2 years, including having people in the media slander her as well. And
Right.
I believe you're talking about My Radio, which is also being accused, and it's been alleged that she's trying to have intimacy with Tory Lanez.
Listen, I can't speculate on that. But from the photos that I seen, I can definitely say that she was looking to be noticed. Okay, she was
Mhm.
definitely looking to be noticed, and a video that I seen, um, she was greatly dismissed too because she
Oh,
was like, "Hey," and then nigga just kept walking past and got in the car. But listen, I don't know my radio, so I don't got nothing negative to say. I just seen a photo where it looked like she was busting out the seams, and I don't think that's how you go to court. But that's just me, my
well,
opinion.
who she said hey to? Because I mean, it wasn't Megan, was it?
Nah, she was saying hey to this dude coming out the
Oh,
court.
okay, okay. The Tory. She said hey to because I know she was saying hey to Megan. Megan would have probably jumped up in that crowd.
Oh
And
nah,
yeah,
from what I heard, she had lunch with Tori's dad, but Tori's dad showed up there with his wife, and you know what I'm saying? So whatever she was showing, I don't think the
or the
dad was
African lady that was spazzing out, right?
that
Yeah,
was
she
too. I don't know if she was African or West Indian, but she.
something, yeah, some Caribbean or
Thank
African,
you.
but she was spazzing. Yeah, she was out there.
Is
You
this
guys
gonna
are
make me
gonna
sleepy?
play.
Oh,
Uh oh.
okay.
We don't need Sleepy Jen on the live now.
Nah, nah. My husband just bought me some sinus congestion. Oh, I
Oh,
just
that's
let the cat out the bag. Yeah, you know I have one of those, right? I do.
good.
Yeah, but
Exclusive, exclusive. Nah.
nice. Not an exclusive for your ass. We've been married 5 years.
There you go. Well,
Yeah,
supposedly, me and you was going out. I don't know how you've been married for
listen,
5 years.
right?
Oh man, but not to get off topic, but yeah. 5 to 10 years, and he's been antagonizing her, having people like my radio pretty much slander Megan, and did she slander Megan? Oh yeah, because she was saying that Megan lied about everything. I don't think Megan lied about everything. She lied about certain things, but I don't think she lied about everything. Tory really shot her, whether it was accidental, intentional, or whether it was the bullets itself or the fragments from the bullets. He shot. He shot. He did it. He pulled the gun. He pulled the trigger, and these fragments went in her foot. So yeah, he could have shot. He could have actually killed her. So I don't know what people wanted the outcome to be or wanted this situation to turn how they wanted this to turn out. Because listen, if it would have been you and you got this dude shooting at you or close to you, you know what I'm saying? You gonna feel like that he could have killed me. He could have hit the main artery on the foot, just the foot. He took Megan out.
Big E, did you see him? Big E is a supporter of Tory. Did you see him shoot?
Oh, Biggie, yeah, she
Listen,
like,
let's Biggie. We don't want no problems. No, I
I don't-
definitely did not see Tory shoot Megan. I
if
did not.
that's the case, why
But
did Kelsey
in this
plead the fifth?
particular situation, okay, I have a question though.
I fucks with Biggie, but
Um,
yeah, I see you. I see you riding out for Tory, little Tory.
I would think Kelsey, right? And I don't know what her situation is. Let me just say that first. I don't know if I'm hoping and praying that she is in a happy relationship. She just had a baby. Um, so I'm hoping that for her, right? But I would think that there'd be some type of gratitude there because if if we believe all the things, all the accusations that have been put out there, right? There was an accusation that Megan went behind Kelsey's back and fucked Tori when supposedly Megan was trying to hook Tori and Kelsey up. Well, Kelsey, you dodged a hell of a bullet, and now you're dating an executive of 1501, which Meg has been in court with for the last couple years. Does anybody think that that's suspect?
Right.
Does any, because before the baby, she had told the police that Tori shot Meg. But after the relationship and the baby, she gets in court and she pleads the fifth. So,
Mm.
I get how people are speculating that, it Kelsey could have a lot more to do with this, but you got to think about women scorned. Like it could be the smallest little thing, and a woman could make you feel like you wish you would have just died.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's listen, it's just gonna always be speculation. We always gonna have.
Jasmina says Tori's father was yelling at Rock Nation on live TV, laughing out loud. Listen, I felt like the man is he's what is he trying to be the next Frederick Douglass? Like this man is a speaker. He put on a good show out there. He was out there, seemed
Well,
outraged.
listen, to his dad's credit, I don't know anything about his dad, but to his dad's credit, he fighting for his son's life. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And I feel like,
Rock Nation, you will hear me.
but listen, now he's not a part of the music thing. His son is, but I've heard other people in the music business that say, there's some funky stuff going on at Rock Nation.
Right.
I, you know what I'm saying? Like there's some. They were saying I heard that Rock Nation is in the same building connected to LAPD or some police station or whatever have you. Like there's look. That's no different than people speaking about the Illuminati. It's no different than, I think there's a lot of funky stuff going on out here in the world. And if it's believable that Kelsey could have done it, it's also believable that Tory could have done it. That's all. I just
Toria Williams, thank you so much, sis. She sent the $5 super chat saying it does not matter who she slept with. He shot her, and he is where he belongs. And you gotta drop a bomb on that one. Yeah, you gotta drop a bomb on that one. Wow, Lizzie Mack, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. We appreciate you, man. This is all going through the show to just keep us running, keep us coming back. Keep the haters hating. and
right. We still
that's
don't
how.
know what really happened. We don't. We got bits and pieces and bits and pieces and trying to put things together. And it's honestly the world we live in now. You put a little something on social media and you leave everybody the room to speculate and have opinions on. And I wish Meg would have spoken to an attorney first before she went on her rant and say that Tory shot her. But being in a situation like, for me, I came to social media first, before I spoke to a lawyer of any kind. But for me, that being a, a little speck in this world, that was the only way I feel like people would have been able to hear me. But for her, for people with money, I kind of, wonder, some of the actions that they have taken. I wish Meg would have done something a little different.
Right. Right. Yeah, I don't think it was. I don't think Kelsey shot Meg at all. I don't even think Kelsey and Meg fought. So I don't know if that guy just saw a bunch of people fighting, and to him it was just one of those situations where every black person looked alike to him, and he just said they was all. Like, I don't think Megan and Kelsey was fighting. I think they probably exchanged words, but if Megan would have put hands on Kelsey, I think she would have talked about. I think she would have publicized that. Like, yo, I ended up having to beat my friend ass because she was taking up for this nigga just because she was fucking him. Who knows? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like,
well, I think the defense dropped the ball by putting that witness on a stand the way that they did. You would have thought he was the prosecution's witness. It seemed like, from what I hear, it seemed like everybody's face was like in a little shock when he said, "Yeah, that guy, I'd seen him with the gun. That did it. That did
yeah,
it.
that
It
sense
it
for
it
Bombardier.
sealed the deal for whatever else. Tori said it. I mean, Kelsey said it. Megan said it, and now you have this white guy. white, so they think it's right. You know what I'm saying? Come and say, yeah, I seen him with the gun too. He never said he seen Kelsey with the gun. He said he seen what looked like a firecracker in her direction. He didn't say he seen her with the gun. He said he seen Tory with the gun. I think that changes things. I think that's what kind of sealed the deal, for the jury.
Right.
It's
Absolutely.
not a woman scorned. It's not, the ex girlfriend. It's not, all right, this is a total stranger. He don't got no win in this fight. Like, he wasn't getting paid to be on the stand. They ain't make the nigga famous. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know,
Ms. Poo said the white man testified that he saw two women fighting. Um, I mean, maybe it looked like they was and they wasn't. Maybe she was trying to separate the fight, and it looked like she was, participating in the fight. Who knows? But I think if they fought, why would they keep that in the hush, on the hush? Like if they fought, why wouldn't either party speak on it? You
because
know?
that's my girl. Like, you gotta think about it. Like, yo, they didn't just become friends.
Yeah, but
They've
that's
been
not her girl
friends.
because she's not backing her up and all this.
Yeah, but you gotta. They both felt like that. I feel like a conversation could have been had. You gotta understand. Listen, a lot of women do stupid shit for niggas out here. They do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could have your home girl, somebody you know and love, come tell you, "Oh, girl, I seen your man out there cheating." 9 times out of 10, you're gonna be mad at her and try to believe this nigga. You know what I'm saying? So if you put yourself in, be like, hey, I'm a human. I've been in situations before. There's a possibility that right away, yeah, Kelsey might have still continued conversation with Tori. She could have been the one where Meg was ignoring his calls, but Kelsey's like, oh, well, he keeps calling. Like, let me answer the phone. And you know what I'm saying? And could be looked at like you in cahoots with this nigga. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, if they fought, if they didn't fight, what does that have to do with this nigga pulling out a gun? And I think people want to be like, oh, well, if they fought, then maybe Kelsey was that mad. You got to understand, Kelsey didn't just become Meg's friend. They've been friends since college. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, you think she ain't seen Meg drunk before? You think she hasn't seen Meg act a fool before or talk out the side of her head? If you listen to what was that guy, EJ King, who used to be her stylist, who's no longer her stylist or whatever have you, like, if you let him tell it, he said, listen, when she gets drunk, like, she could be a little heavy. I don't think that was new to Kelsey. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't think Kelsey would have took that opportunity to be like, bitch, you better get out my face. I'm a, I mean,
Well, Kelsey's
we
pretty
could we
big
could
too.
tussle over that, but to be
Kelsey's
fighting
not
over
a little
Tory,
woman.
I find it a little difficult to believe.
Glizzy says he also said the witness said that he also saw people jumping on one woman. So one woman was getting jumped by all these people. So it's like, what did you see? Did you see one woman fighting another woman, or did you see one woman being jumped by all these people? Exactly, and I agree. Like, which one is it then? Um, what did both happen? Did it start off with a one-on-one fight between Kelsey and Meg, and then ended up Meg getting jumped by Kelsey, Tori, and the driver? I mean,
Yeah,
that's
see,
all.
but this is what no snitching gets you. Right here. Conversations like this. This
Right.
is what not telling the truth gets you. It gets people in outrage thinking that there's another black man who's been falsely accused and in the system. You know what I'm saying? And then you have people who are like, yo, well, what about the black woman? I,
Why Tori
that's a
kept
whole nother conversation, when it comes to I mean, ever since I've been a little girl, I've been taught, protect the black man. That's why a lot of us don't call the cops. That's why a lot of us don't report things that are happening because we're taught from a young age to protect the black man. But where was this
it's the black
outrage when
man protecting the
a
black
black
woman.
woman was saying that she was harmed? Why wasn't anybody trying to get to the bottom of it? Why wasn't there, panels about, you know, her, her being hurt or her being harmed? It's real easy for people to be like, oh, she's a hoe. She slept with this one. She slept with that one. She caused this kind of problems. Whatever.
Yeah, I
I
mean
don't think that was grounds for her to get shot, though.
that
His
witness
testimony
struck
was iffy.
him.
He apologized because he
Witness,
smashed both of them. That's what he apologized for, Big E. He apologized for smashing both of them. Now he could have been apologizing for just being an ass. He could have been apologized for being a real dick. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you know what? I was drinking. I was being a real asshole. I took offense to some of the stuff. Like, we could say so many things. The problem is, all we have to go off of is what's already out there. And if you go off of what's already out there, Meg said this nigga shot her. Kelsey said this nigga shot her. Some total stranger said he seen Tory with a gun. That's like, I mean, what more do you need?
Somebody said, Miss Poo Poo said that Kelsey said they threatened to put a sex tape out if she talked, so they was pretty much blackmailing her. A plus says EJ was the one putting Megan in those damn WWE suits.
I ain't even gonna lie. I could see her. I could see her in a wrestling ring. I can.
Oh man, yo, you people is funny as hell. Uh, Jasmine says, yeah, he said that it looked like they was going to throw her in the river, right? It looked like they was going to throw her in the river after they, supposedly jumped her. Um, though this is what the white man said. His testimony is if he says Big E. Um, Jazzy Lobby JM says it don't make sense. Yeah, a lot of it don't make sense. And it's like we could probably sit here and try to make sense out of it all day, but at the end of the day, who shot that gun?
Let's not act like black women don't lie. She proved she was a liar on national TV. Well, you know what, Big E? Yes, she did. She proved that she lied on national TV. But the wrath that she's going to feel, God forbid, she lied on this man. You gotta understand, like, I know you can't get somebody's time back. I know you can't. If he goes to jail, like, there's a possibility that he may not make it out there. I just feel like when your life is on the line, why choose to stay quiet? Why choose to put out rap songs? Why choose to put out diss music? Why choose to, you know, jump in the comments? And listen, Tory Lanez jumped in the comments and said Kelsey didn't shoot Meg. So if you have Tory saying Kelsey didn't do it, right? So you got Tory stating Kelsey did not shoot Meg. Okay, so we have him, right? But Kelsey said Meg shot, I mean, that Tory shot Meg.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I don't see Kelsey continuing to have this, this secret loyalty to Tory when his team's defense was all based on trying to make Kelsey look like it could have possibly been her.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So listen, I blame Tory. I blame Tory not
Yeah, me too.
only for Meg being in this situation, but I blame Tory for not speaking up, for not saying anything. If somebody's trying to take your life, if somebody's trying to take time away from you and trying to put you behind bars, away from your family, to take away you never know who Tory was taking care of in his family. He could have been taking care of everybody in his family. Well, if you have this much to lose, why not take the stand? Why not speak up? Why not own? Yeah, I punched that nigga in his face because he was getting fly with me, but that's not the same as shooting a woman. It's not the same. Step into a man. Listen, I was in a relationship that was abusive, and I used to, when I got bold, I used to be like, yo, why I don't ever see you step to a nigga like this? So you always want to step to me like that. You know what I'm saying? So they can't question him on social media speculation. They have to question him on what's in the courts. You know, what's been reported, what's been, you know what I'm saying? So like, why wouldn't he take the stand? It just make that make sense to me. Tell me why. Like, tell me why Tory didn't take the stand. Tell me why
Well,
he didn't defend himself. Why would you leave your life in the hands of total strangers, even his lawyers? Why would you leave? I'm not going to leave my life just in your hands because I'm paying you. You're going to get paid regardless, whether I go to jail or I don't go to jail. So why not speak up for yourself?
Rabbit 1969 with the $20 super chat. I appreciate you, fam. Love you, Hotshot. We love you too. Hashtag I stand with Jen. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. I appreciate you, fam. Um, y'all want to see this man go ballistic? What Jay Z got to do? Do you think he's clout chasing off of Jay Z? Talking about Jay Z, you will hear from me. Um, like I mean, I understand his Meg's affiliation with Rock Nation and Jay Z and all that, but does Jay Z really have? I think he's been pretty silent and pretty neutral throughout this whole situation. Does he really have something to do with it? I don't know. Could we blame Jay Z for any of this? Why is Tory Dad blaming Jay Z? Let's go ahead and see what he's spazzing about. I don't think this is the full spaz. Hold on.
She
There
said
you go.
Tory's attorney advised him
the
not to
gutter,
take the
but you
stand.
have traded and bartered the souls of young men, and you're still
Tory
doing it.
Dad going, oh, for well.
The only independent
But I don't
witness
know. Oh, that's why
in
we can't
this
hear. Let
courtroom
me see.
is a man whose name is Sean
Can't we hear
Kelly.
this? She.
He came to court, and our attorneys, he would not even shake their hand after he went upstairs. Kathy Ta and Alex Bart. They met on Saturday before.
I don't know. It's a little weird. We can't hear this. All right, let me try something else. What is going on here? I don't know. We can't hear it, but that's him going ballistic in court. I'm not sure why we can't hear it. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not sure. Gotta figure this out real quick.
Listen, if I have to go to court, right, and I gotta go to trial, and my lawyer says, Jennifer, do not get on the stand because they're gonna bring up every past relationship you've ever had, every whatever have you. I'm gonna be like, okay, let's go. You know what I'm saying? Like let's go because this is my life, and I'm going. Nobody could speak up for me better than me. Nobody could tell what happened to me better than me. Just like I don't expect, you know, that person to get look, knock yourself out. You know what I'm saying? Stand up for yourself. Speak up for yourself. You have to. I get that his lawyers might have told him not to, but dude, somebody facing 22 years, like that's some real time. We're not talking about 8 months. We're not talking about a year probation, 5 years probation. We're talking about facing up to 22 years in prison. And I'm not going to speak up for myself, and I'm not going to say what happened. That just doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. I don't care what these lawyers
Yeah,
say.
that definitely don't make sense to me either. That just it's something not right. Hey, come on, man. How you not going to talk with yourself? You facing like big time jail
Father
time.
had some words for Jay-Z and Rock Nation after Lanez was found guilty of felony assault. I'm Asia Sky for Hip Hop DX, and check this out. So while most of the world was on holiday break, Tory Lanez was enthralled in an intense legal battle where he was accused of shooting rapper Megan Thee Stallion. On Friday, December 23rd, Lanez was found guilty.
Shout out to Hip Hop DX for this video right here.
Of all three charges levied against him in the felony assault trial. Three counts were felony assault with a semi-automatic firearm, possession of a concealed, unregistered firearm, and discharging a firearm with gross negligence. Lanez pleaded not guilty to all three. However, jurors concluded that he fired at the feet of Stallion in a fit of rage following an argument after an alcohol-fueled party at the Hollywood Hills home of Kardashian family member Kylie Jenner. Tory Lanez, who opted not to testify, faces up to 22 years in prison and
up to 22 years in prison. Wow. That's a long time. That's a long time, yo.
About the outcome, both inside and outside the LA courthouse where his son was found guilty.
How you feeling, sir? How you feeling? You want to know exactly how I'm feeling? I just stood here in this Los Angeles County and witnessed the worst miscarriage of justice that this world has ever seen. You want to know how I feel? I'll tell you exactly how I feel. I got some names that I want to call. Alex Spiro, Desiree Perez, and the whole wicked system of Rock Nation, including you, Jay-Z. Yes. You who say you rose from the gutter, but you have traded and bartered the souls of young men, and you're still doing it. Amen. The only independent witness in this courtroom is a man whose name is Sean Kelly. He came to court, and our attorneys, he would not even shake their hand.
Yo, this just how Tory gonna look in the next couple of years. I mean, they twins.
Hey, can I address something real quick?
Of course.
And it's probably because I spoke on myself, but Mrs. Poo Poo, if I'm pronounce it wrong, please forgive me. She says, I'm going to play devil's advocate. There are people who say Blake didn't have the money to prove his case, so they feel he is innocent. Prove it. He didn't try to prove it. You have to attempt to prove your case. You can't just say, all right, well, yeah, I'll plead guilty even though I know I'm not guilty, and I'll take this time because y'all gonna put me in jail anyway. Well, then why didn't he take the stand? Why didn't he contest? That statement that was put out, oh, they was in a relationship. Why he didn't tell the police that? Not one time. Like, if I falsely accuse this boy, right, because he was a boy at the time and I was a girl at the time, if I falsely accused him, why didn't he say, like, yo, shorty she just left my house. Like, yo, I just had sex with her, or whatever excuse he's going to say. Like, why didn't he speak up for himself? And listen, he wasn't a 16-year-old boy who had never had an encounter with the police before. Okay, he was already facing robbery charges at the time of my incident. Right, so let's be clear on that. And also, where I not only went to the police by myself, went to the hospital and had a rape kit done by myself. He had his mama and his daddy with him. He had his dad in an interrogation room when the police was talking to him. So it's not like he was railroaded. It's not like somebody forced him to say something that wasn't true. So you can continue to play devil's advocate all you want, but he wasn't falsely accused, and that is the reason why I'm still here. That is the reason why I will continue to speak and let it be known that I have 6 brothers. 6. I'm the oldest girl. I have six brothers. There's no way in hell. And listen, my brothers aren't innocent. I have 2 that are incarcerated right now. As much as I love my brothers, you think I'm going to stand in front of the families that they hurt and say it wasn't his fault? I don't know. I wasn't there. My brother left it up to 12 jury people to decide his fate. And you know where he's at? He's in jail. He didn't get up on the stand and testify for himself. So you know where he's at? He's in jail. He's incarcerated. And he ain't coming out no time soon. Do I feel like my brother's innocent? No. But I love him and I will support him. But I'm not going to get and play devil's advocate and be like, oh, well, maybe the person, was bothering my brother. And nah, nigga, you out there doing stuff, then there's consequences that come with it. And he, the person who assaulted me, he had to deal with whatever consequences came his way. He chose to take a plea deal with the help of his parents. So if you want to play devil's, y'all need to go talk to his mom and his daddy about the choices, about if they had the money. I mean, according to his sister who came on Hotshot show, she said her mother worked for the state. She had a good job. She came from a good family. So why is it now that, he didn't have the money? He was a poor little boy back in it. Nah, that's not true. Not true. So, ouch. And this wasn't, people need to understand, like, I didn't come forward on a crusade like people can't change. Those words never came out of my mouth about him. I don't know if he changed. I don't care to know. I don't care to see him. I don't care to hear about his life. I don't care. He left an impact on my life that'll keep me wanting to be millions and millions and millions of miles away. This wasn't about who he's with. I can care less who he's with because I got married in July of 2018 before there was ever even a fucking turkey drive. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I've been with my husband now going on 5 years. Well, we've been married going on 5 years. So this was never about me hating on him. Remind you, I haven't seen that nigga since I was a kid growing up in New York. So this wasn't about bashing him or being like, oh, he needs to pay for something that happened way back then. Right. This was me coming forward was because he chose not to love his girl enough to keep it real with her. Right. He chose not to be man enough and do the steps that he needed to take to be wherever it is that he wanted to be without involving me. He sent people for me. He sent people threatening my life, wanting me to lie. You know what kind of damage that would do to this whole Me Too movement that came out? You know how many generations of women is keeping silent on things that happened to them from their auntie, their uncles, their cousins, my mama, brother, my brother, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's where my rage came from. It came from, how dare you? Like, right. I can care less what you're doing with your life, but why would you come and inflict more pain in mine?
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how I say I got 6 brothers? Well, I went through this by myself. I didn't call my brothers because I'm the oldest. I'm supposed to be taking care of them, looking out for them. But listen, I if my brother who is incarcerated now, if he was out, this would be a whole different conversation. A whole different conversation.
Well, let's thank God he's not out.
But I would never put my brothers in that kind of situation because that's how much I love them. What they choose to do with their life, that's your choice. You got to live with it. But I would never do that. I would never do that to somebody that I loved. And if that nigga gave 2 shits about her, the way people want me to give a shit about her, we wouldn't be in a situation. All the nigga had to do was register. Nobody heard me say, hey, listen, he shouldn't be with who he's with. He shouldn't be socializing with the people. I don't give 2. I don't have enough energy in me to care.
Right.
I really don't.
I mean, shit don't do nothing for you.
Well, I'm just saying, you have some people who go through life hating on other people. And me, I've gone through life surviving. I've gone through life thanking God for the blessings that He has given me. I thank God for the people that have crossed me, that have whatever, because it nipped a butt in any kind of dependency that I can have on people. The very family that I tried to hold on to, what did they do? They came forward and they said I was a liar too. Like, listen, look, I'm not asking people to believe me. I'm not saying you have to believe me. You can believe him.
All
You have
right.
that. You
No,
have that right. You have that right to do so.
listen,
But
I don't believe nothing they say. Nothing that whole couple say.
well, I'm
Nothing.
just saying, people want to make it. And that's the problem. That's the problem. You have people out here that, excuse me, that do really foul things, and it makes you question people's humanity. But I'm sorry, I'm just me person. I'm not one of those people. I didn't come looking for clout. I didn't come looking to be famous. I still ain't got no somersaults to do. I still ain't got no songs written. I ain't got no diss raps coming out. I don't got no modeling thing gig coming. I don't got no talk shows coming out. Like, listen, this
You ain't
wasn't
got no diss track coming. Oh man, I
no,
gotta
this
help.
wasn't a plan. You know what I'm saying? Like, my plan wasn't to be like, in anything. My plan was to survive. Like, listen, I was taking care of my kids. I trying to survive. Like, so these two scenarios is not the same. My situation with this nigga ain't the same with Shorty. Now, if
Right.
you want to talk about what happened to Redbone Noe, then yeah, we might have something to talk about, because
Mm,
Shorty definitely got assaulted. And we could
yeah.
speculate on who that came from, but as far
I
as
mean,
this Meg situation goes, yeah, I know there's a lot of people angry, and people feel like the courts didn't prove that he shot Megan. But it's one of those things where it's like, 1 + 1 = 2. I
mhm,
don't care if you switch it. I don't care if you put the one over top of the one. If you put the one next to the one, it's still going to equal 2.
right.
So,
He shot her. He shot her. I believe you, Jen. I just don't believe Megan Lanez, says Biggie.
well, listen, you are
I
there.
just,
Plus, Megan line. We can't judge Tory. I know your story. My people, Corey, apologize to you. Okay. Yeah, I know that I'm speculating when it comes to Tory. I'm speculating, going off of the things that he has stated. I'm speculating or from the testimonies that were given. Speculating off of what Meg said, and also what Kelsey initially said before she got into court and wanted to plead the fifth. Um, but and like I said before, people are entitled to their own opinion, and if I'm wrong, I can only hope that God will forgive me, because He
I
tell us
don't
not
think
to
you
judge.
wrong, bro, but
He tell us it's not our place to be judging anybody.
yeah,
So
regardless to which way you slice and dice it,
yeah,
I don't feel like any woman should have been hurt by a man in any way, shape, or form. Um, and I agree. Megan shouldn't have be putting her hands on nobody either. Like, you know what I'm saying? She should have not put her hands on Tori, and Tori should not shot at her or near her or anywhere. Um,
right.
but
That's
but in, yeah, but in this situation, Megan was the one that came out harmed. So you know, it could have been worse. I feel like it could have definitely been worse. Thank God it wasn't. Um, but sometimes you got to pay the price to learn the lesson. You can't, if they let him off on just, community service or whatever probation. He's not going to learn a lesson. He's going to go out there and shoot at somebody else's feet. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, I love
now
you back.
20 years, it seems a bit much for him just, getting fragments in the feet. But I think the court is looking at it as well. It was fragments, thank God, but it could have been worse.
Yeah, but none of his charges is based on what happened to Meg.
It's based on
You know what
prior.
I'm saying? Like his charges was, in possession of a firearm. His charges were all based. I mean, don't quote me on all of them, but I believe he had 3 charges, and they were all based around the possession of a gun, the
That's so.
discharge of a gun. You know what I'm saying? Like, not necessarily in the act of what happened to Meg. So that I believe that's off of his personal record, like his encounter with police before this incident. Otherwise, why would they hold such heavy time over him for having a gun?
Yeah, and a lot of people are really divided in this. You are so beautiful, Jennifer. We love you, Queen, says Pamela. Her, how you doing, Pamela? Good to see you.
Thank you, love.
Toria, all of them lied, but does not take away from the fact that she was shot in her feet. He did it. Exactly. I definitely agree. Fatima says, I don't know about this Megan and Tory case. A lot of people feel like you. Men has accountability to take, says Lex Brill. Lex Be Real. She contributed to the events that led up to the shooting. Hmm. Lana James says, yup. And Hot Girls Are Waiting here says, one be sexy.
Listen, if they was in Texas, Tory would probably be walking right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they was in Texas, they would probably be walking. But you got to think about the state that they was in. You got to think about the state laws. All of that you know, plays into everything that has happened. You have to think about the witnesses. If you have, okay, you want to use me as reference. A lot of people were thinking that this nigga was my man. You know what I'm saying? Like, we were actually in a relationship, so there's no way he could have possibly did what he did. That's bullshit. It's bullshit on so many levels. Because number one, he wasn't, and number two, if he was, who's to say that he still can't violate me? Like, what the hell? So it's one of those things where it's like, in this particular situation, without hearing Tory's side of things, that's all we're ever going to be able to do until this is all over, until he's either found, innocent and the acquittal, or until he's actually sentenced and he actually goes to jail, and then he decides to write a book or do a whole album on the case. It's one of those things where it's like, until he speaks up, until he says something, you
Right.
know.
Hey, what up, Chit Chat? Good to see you. So Chit Chat wants to come up here real quick and drop some gems per usual. So we're gonna let Chit Chat click on a link. Just Chit Chat right now. I don't want to bring too many people up just yet, or probably just at all right now because we got we're just trying to get our thoughts out. But Chit Chat definitely, I definitely would like to have up here. Also, Tita Goddess, if you there, I know we spoke about you coming up, so you're more than welcome to also click the link. Um, but yeah, I definitely agree. I
People,
definitely,
what could he say without incriminating him? I didn't shoot her. like what
I
else
didn't
what
do it.
else do we need to say? No, I didn't shoot that. However he chose to say it. No, she's lying. No, I didn't shoot her. That's not true.
I feel like why does it even have to be such a mystery of who shot who? Like this shit. Well, what up, Chit Chat?
Hey, Hotshot. Hey, everybody. Hey, Jennifer.
What's going on?
Hi.
Hey. Nothing. I told you what was going on with me last time we talked or whatever. So I got stuff a little bit more situated. I was just browsing around on Instagram and I saw your post. I'm like, why my notification bell didn't go out? Because I would have been here an hour
Oh yeah,
ago when you
man.
first
Instagram
started.
doing me dirty now.
Now,
Jumpy
YouTube didn't
baby.
send me a notification. I was on Instagram and I saw that you were live.
Oh, got you. Yeah, YouTube been doing me grimy for a little minute now. I don't know what's going on. I think I'm shadow banned.
I
But
said I'm gonna subscribe and then unsubscribe. Sometimes that fixes the problem.
right, right. Well, thanks for. I'm glad you seen the Instagram post. What do you think about this whole Megan situation? What's going on with this Megan and Tory situation?
First of all, I'm very happy that justice was served. I hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, because phone calls coming in, so I can't be too long. I have a lot of business to take care of. And I'm definitely going to follow up with you on those issues that you and I were talking about, okay?
All right, for sure.
Okay. But I'm so very happy that justice was served and he wasn't able to use his money and power in all of this smear campaigning and painting a narrative the way that he did. Because I just feel like Megan went through, you just went through, double hockey sticks with this whole thing ever since everything started. And it immediately, and I'm sorry, Jennifer, made me think about you. I'm like, yes, finally, these celebrities, money, power, and influence is not working. Put all the evidence in front of a court of law. They made the decision and they found that this man was guilty, guilty, guilty. And I pray to God that the same thing happens for you when you have your day in court. I mean, I'm really praying that you get the justice that you deserve, Jennifer. I think a lot of I think I want to speak directly to Black women, and this is not a jug or a dig, because when you go on social media, although he does have males that's sticking up for him, I think Black women, we need to, before we can ask Black men to protect us, we first have to know how to protect ourselves. If we won't protect ourselves, how do we expect them to protect us? And for people to continue to put this woman's vagina on display as if her sleeping with Tom, Dick, and whoever else was a reason for her to deserve to be shot, and to just take that and run with it and say, hey, Kelsey was her best friend. She slept with blah, 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 blah. She backstabbed her. So whatever she got out there that night, she basically deserved it. Black women, that is a dangerous understanding to have. But then it was also very alarming to me once the trial came out, and basically it was confirmed that those were the dynamics of Kelsey and Megan's relationship, that this was not the first, second, third, or fourth guy that they had basically tossed up. And I say, and I go back and say, why is it a double standard for women that when men do these things, it just swept up under the rug and they get a cool card and they get invited to all the parties and they get a stamp of approval. But then if this set of woman is okay with that type of reputation, if she's personally okay with that, why do we have such an opinion? And even after the world learned that this is something that they have done before in the past, so it wasn't no sweat out for either one of their shoulders. It more or less was something like, in my opinion, that those two had a relationship and she was more mad that her woman was sleeping with him as opposed to, oh, you sleeping with my man. And even after hearing all of that, people still wanted to say that this woman deserved to be shot because she slept with her best friend. Man, it was very sickening. It was very sad. And I normally don't, speak to issues about protect Black women speaking against us. But in this situation, Hotshot, I just think we did a horrible job of protecting each other as Black women. It was very dissatisfying to see so many Black women want this man to get away with shooting her for whatever reason, and then they wanted to nitpick. They thought that they were doing something by putting Kelsey on the stand, and she completely getting amnesia, pleading the fifth, and fell off of a log and bumped her head, and everything in the past 10 years just left out of memory. They thought that they had a big win. The defense did. But oh, when their own witness, Mr. Kelly, got up there and he became the third person, because Megan first, Kelsey second on her testimony before she came to court. When they recorded her, when she spoke with the prosecutor, she put the gun in Tory's hand, and then third, Mr. Kelly put the gun in his hand. And I watched Armand Wiggins, and he said that witness was getting so frustrated because the defense kept trying to cross him up and confuse him. And he became very adamant in saying, no, 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 no. Gun was in Tory's hand. You know, that it was in the little guy's hand or whatever he referred to him as on stage. I mean, you have three. I mean, all the proof was there. I just think this is very sad. I think Megan was damned if she didn't and damned if she did.
Right.
And I'm gonna say this last thing, and I'm gonna go. A lot of people, I just don't know why is it to blame a black woman. Oh, she said this. Blame her. She was too loud. She did something. If you go back and you guys think about it, the sequence of events that led up to this trial, Tory was the one speaking out. Megan wasn't saying anything. And then you fast forward to the trial, and when she was asked did she want to be there, and she described it, she wished that he would have unalived her if she known that she was going to go through this. But she knew she was going to go through this because of the hip hop industry that she is in is more or less like a boys club. And if you do anything against this boys club, then you're pretty much blackballed, ridiculed. And we seen this right before our eyes. This woman's vagina be put on display as if her sleeping with whoever she chose to sleep with was a reason for her to be shot. It's just very sad thing, but I was so happy when they said guilty, 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 guilty. I'm so happy for her. And again, my sister Jennifer, I hope people are paying attention, and I hope Miss Sicky Fasado, garbage bag lady, Sicky Eddie, whatever. I hope that they just say, you know what, hey, we need to settle this. Nah, these people got common sense. I hope that the Garbs are paying attention to money, power, and influence is not the end all be all once you get into that court of law. And then some may say, well, Cardi B won. Tasha K flat out said all of that. That was a smoking gun. She was gonna win. So you can't compare that. I,
Right.
I I just hope that everybody's paying attention that this money, power, and influence is not going to work in that court of law. I'm praying for you, my sister. I pray that all of the evidence is heard. These people want to be cocky. They don't want to settle with you before court. They want to try to tire you out and make it seem like, oh, I got this. I'm Nicki Minaj, like Mr. Tory Lanez. He played dirty games, dirty tricks, and he got tripped. And so I'm it's just like I hope this girl is paying attention. You want to rely on the Garbs, and since then people are coming up, people are figuring out ways to silence those barbs. And if you guys pay attention, in the last past month or so, we have not heard from the Garbs like we
Mhm.
usually hear from them. So I just
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate your kind words.
I'm serious, Jennifer.
Yeah,
I'm serious. I immediately thought about you when I seen that guilty, guilty, guilty. I said, now I hope, because Nika was trying her hardest with this drop of tear stuff. Like Megan wasn't, saddened or anything by what happened to her, showing her defense for yet another black man that harms a black woman.
right,
Yes,
right,
she's
right. That,
disgusting. She's
yeah, that was
disgusting.
going on. Listen,
Hmm.
I try really hard not to. Listen, I don't even wish nothing negative on them. You know what I mean? Like, look, more power to them. I wish, God touches their heart. Um, I, 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 I tend to want to give the same grace that I would hope that I would get. So, not to defend her, but it's one of those things where I believe she was believing him. And I hate that, some of the actions that she has taken, to try to downplay situations or whatever have you. So, listen, at the end of the day, it's in God's hands. Um, Whatever the outcome is going to be, and whatever that outcome is, I am going to be thankful. I'm going to be thankful. I'm going to be grateful, because this speaking out thing, speaking for Black women, I know I'm biracial. I have a white mama, but I didn't grow up with my white mama. I didn't grow up in a white world. I grew up in a Black world. And I feel like there's two, there's, um, from a young age, I was taught, watch how you dress, or you must have been smiling in his face, or you must have been. And I think that's something that a lot of women of color have experienced. A lot of women of color have experienced an adult, another Black woman downplaying their situation, downplaying another woman's situation. And I believe that is going to be like some heavy, heavy um, retraining of the way the brain thinks about other women, because a lot of it started in our own households, where we'll talk about how a woman was dressed. Well, that wouldn't have happened if she didn't go outside half naked. And I believe it's now, this new woke generation, um, that have been, and the internet, that have been putting things in a forefront, that have been putting things on blast, things that, most women keep to themselves. I mean, speaking of domestic violence, even, sicknesses and illnesses, and sex trafficking, and now all of that stuff is being put out into the world. And I just hope and pray that women and men can understand that it's okay to ask questions. Just try to not pass so much judgment on a person, because when it's you and that, you just never know what you'll do. You never know how you respond. You'll never know what you're going to be faced with. So I pray for Megan, and I also pray for Tory. I pray for him. Um, if he did do it, and I mean, if he didn't do it, but also even if he did do it, if he was playing with the gun, if it did go off and he had no intentions of hurting her and it did hurt her, I just, I feel like people should be honest and they should tell the truth. And I hope one day that we get to hear Tori's truth.
And I appreciate that. And I know you have, certain legalities, and you've already been pretty much ridiculed. And I know these people are, they're going to watch this playback or whatever, and any little thing you say, so, I mean, I understand um, the way
Oh
that you
no,
talk.
believe you me, there was nothing that I'm saying on here because that I'm worried about somebody coming back and
Well,
using
I
against
am.
and
I
using
am. I'm worried
against me.
for
I
you.
I I still listen. Even the people who have done me dirty in my life, I don't know why God made me the way that He did, but I'm thankful. I don't know why I'm not angry. I'm not bitter. I'm not wishing harm on other people because I feel like I'm in a spot in my life that's me in real life,
Right.
not on Hotshots Radio, not on Nosey's platform, not on my Instagram, not on Facebook. That's me in real life. In real life, like my own family who came and lied on me. I'm not wishing harm. Hotshot to tell you, I'm in Hotshot's ear, like, no, Hotshot, don't say that. Like, no, that's just me. That's just the kind of person that I am. So, um,
Well, I appreciate people like
yeah,
you,
That's right.
but I'm not. These people have money, power, and influence,
yeah,
and this is how the narcissist. Because it starts the size of a pea, a little baby narcissist. And then one day it's the size of a watermelon. And it's because they are coddled. So I want them to be held accountable. And
yeah,
I want some accountability. I want some, I want the world to become a place where money and power and influence is not changing what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong, and not being able to influence people's brain and how they think. I don't wish I'm not that type of person either. I don't wish harm on anyone because I
right,
truly
Right.
believe whatever you put into the universe, it comes back to you. But
right,
like my grandmother taught me, what's good for the goose is definitely
Good for
good
the
for the
good for the
gander.
gander.
I have a problem See, it's two different things because we have all been in love with not so good men, and we have
Right.
all chose to believe some stuff that
Right.
we should not have believed. I am not going to get with a man who was in a previous relationship, and now I'm in a relationship, and the man probably done changed when he got with me, because let's say he was 18, 19 when he was with you, so his mind was somewhere else. But by the time I got him, he was a 37, 38-year-old man, so he's had time to grow up, go through some things, and he's probably truly sorry that he did that. And let's say, I'm a woman of professionalism, and I'm probably flipping houses, and now I want him to come on and be my contractor. But he has this bad thing on his background, and every time he tries to get a job to probably go and put the roof on top of one of the hospitals, when they run the background check, they're saying, oh, his work is reputable, but for this level of work, we can't have him on top of the hospital because there's children here, there's this here, and so I say to myself, and I go and I say, well, I ain't gonna have this lady from the past, and I'm gonna figure out another way for him to still come. If I know that he's truly changed, he's grown from that, I'm gonna say, well, you know what, baby, hold on, because the contractor I've been working with, see, we'll make sure he keeps these contracts where it's XYZ in this type of space. But see,
Right.
these other contracts that are just as big, you know what I mean? Then
Yeah.
these contracts. But what I won't do is I won't go after the lady in the past, although I believe that he has changed, although I believe that he deserves a second chance, although I believe that he did that at maybe a not so smart, portion or time in his life. I'm not gonna go, and that is the part, Jennifer, that I understand what you're saying. You have every right, because you are the victim and this is your life. So no matter what I say, you are the one living this. I'm just a supporter of yours, and I want to support you in any way. But I
I
want to be.
appreciate that. I just want people to understand that, listen, I'm not Holy Ghost filled in church and all of that, but I do believe in God, and I believe in Jesus Christ, and I believe that God doesn't love me any more than he loves the people who did me wrong. You understand what I'm saying? Like the people who have committed murder, are you going to say that their crime is better than what he did to me? Well, at least he didn't do that. No, but he took somebody's life, and their life is gone.
Right.
So it's one of those things where it's like, listen, I in a perfect world, and this is just me speaking, in a perfect world, this particular situation, my situation that happened, that came in the media, in my perfect world, this is how it would have played out. When people found out who he was, right? Because I believe it was social media that found out who he was. It wasn't me who sent my court documents to,
Sure
you
was. It
know,
was the
to
Barb's.
blast. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when people found out who he was with Nikki, right? Me assuming that she has the pull, that she has avenues and doors that can open. I would have hoped that maybe he would have talked to some young boys about consent. I would
Mm-hmm.
have hoped that maybe she would have opened up the doors to any young girls out here who may have been assaulted. You got to understand, yes, we both were 16 at the time. And I can't tell you what this man has done in his life since then. I can
Mm-hmm.
only speak of things that I heard that he did. Like I heard he shot somebody, I heard he went to jail for manslaughter. But that's not something I know for sure. I didn't go look up his rap sheet. I didn't look to see if it really happened. I know what happened before. I know what kind of person he was then when I knew him. And at the time that I knew him, my memory of him, he was mean. He was mean. He was awful. He was a snotty nosed kid that just didn't give a shit, that would antagonize people in the neighborhood. I thought he was a drug dealer. I don't know for sure, but that was my opinion back then. So, but people could look at my brothers and be like, yo, that nigga ain't got since worth, I don't know what. They should have been through his ass under the jail. I have a brother who's been incarcerated since he was like 9 or 10 years old and been in and
Wow.
out of jail since then. I
Wow.
would hate for him to try to give his life to God or ask for, some type of redeemment, and God say, no, you can't be redeemed because of the mess that you heard. I can't make Kenny admit to what he did. I wish that he would, and this would have just died down a long time ago. But from my experience, there has never been change without some bloodshed, without
Right.
some tears shed. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? So I can't, listen, if you ask me, do I want to see the nigga? No, I don't want to be nowhere near him. I don't want to be in the same state. I don't want, but that's because of the memory that was left in me from him. I can't speak on anything else pertaining to that man. And I've tried to stay away from speaking because I don't know him. I know the person from back then. And I'm not saying that he can't change. I'm saying by the actions that he took to locate me, to put me in fear, leaves me with the impression that he hasn't changed too much. But that's not on me to decide whether or not he should pay. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the reason why we have people in place. And me personally, I can't live with that kind of weight on me in my life now. I can't go through day worrying about if something's gonna happen to them, I'm just gonna leave it in God's hands. And sometimes God puts people in place to help you through life. And if I have to use the court system, if they choose not to settle and we have to go through the courts, then the decision is going to be left in the hands of 12 strangers, like Tory Lanez situation
Yes.
was left in the hands of. And I could just only hope that regardless of the attacks that I have received, regardless of the attacks that, people don't believe me or whatever, that it doesn't stop another young lady from speaking out. You know what I'm saying? And I hope this Meg situation, if things happen the way that I think that they happened. Now, this is just my opinion. I think Tory Lanez is guilty. I do. I strongly, strongly think he's guilty. I could be wrong. But I hope that this situation doesn't stop any young lady looking up to Meg. I hope this doesn't stop them from speaking out. So
Hmm. Hopefully, them seeing her speak out and going all the way through with trial in the industry that she's in, and knowing how that industry works, and seeing her still be able to maneuver. She probably isn't going to get as many features,
right,
from the
right.
male audience.
I
But
was thinking that earlier. I said that earlier. I don't think that her career is going to be the same.
I
I think
think
she
she's
is
going
going
to
to jump
be
through a lot of hurdles.
I think she's about to be heavily cross marketed, unfortunately, to a white audience. And because there is no other female rap artist that has ever performed at the Oscars. And when I seen that, I said, because she's damned if she do and she's damned if she's don't with
Right.
us, unfortunately, until we recondition the way that we think. But I think Megan will be just fine. I think her grandmom and her mother. I see. I believe in God, and
Yeah.
she gonna be just fine. Megan gonna be just fine. While there are a lot of people that they just wanna judge this woman and
Yeah. No, I don't. I don't trust the
what did you
jury.
say, Jennifer? I'm sorry. What did you say? I'm sorry. I didn't.
No, somebody asked if I trust the jury, and my trust isn't really in people like that. My trust is more in God. It's like, okay, let you go for an interview, right? And you think that your interview went really good. Right? Yeah, I think the interview went really good. And you're really hoping that this job is going to call you back, and they turn out not to call you back. Like, I look at life that way. I look at every situation that way. That if I go to court and there is a jury trial And regardless of what is presented, I'm talking about, if you ask me, I think I have all the evidence that's going to prove him to be in the wrong, right? But
Mm-hmm.
that's me. I think that way. But, like I said earlier, you never know what people are holding on to. So when they pick this jury, I'm that's just what it is. It's going to be left in their hands. And if it turns out that I don't win, right? That they don't rule in my favor, the blessings that I've already been given through life, I'm going to have to believe that that wasn't God's plan too. And he has something else in store for me. Otherwise,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? I think I'd be a nutcase. I think I'd be, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think I'd be like heavily depressed, and, you know, uh, all kind of stuff would be going on
Right. If you
if
didn't
I
get the
put,
people behind you in the protection.
yeah,
And
like,
I thank God for that, because I mean, I don't know where my mind would have been if I had to go up against a big machine like a Nicki Minaj, and I'm just a small fish in a pond. Nobody knows me. So
Right.
you win either way. And like I heard you speaking on Nosey's channel, and I heard some things you said. And as I stated, I'm gonna still say this from the beginning of my phone call. I hope everybody is paying attention that money, power, and influence is not the end all be all in the court of law, because let's break it down even more. Some of these people that were behind Tory Lanez in the industry, that are at the top of the food chain, like Nicki Minaj and higher, he is their ghostwriter. So they had more interest in him winning than losing for the sake of their own careers. So while he himself may not be big as a Drake, if Drake loses the person that's behind all his hits, Drake takes a fall. So we need this man to stay out. So he's just as important to the chess game as a Nicki Minaj. And if a court of law said, we don't care nothing about that, I don't care if this look this way. And see, this is what people don't understand. They kept throwing around reasonable doubt. It has to be reasonable, not just because you doubt. The doubt that you have, it has to be reasonable. Like, it has to make
right,
sense. You're
right,
talking about people who were drunk, probably high off drugs, whatever. Of course, no one is going to remember everything exactly as it happened. And let's go back to Mr. Kelly. We're talking about someone who was awakened out of his sleep.
right,
His baby is crying. So, of course, his testimony is not going to be spot on. I think that people, when it comes to these celebrities or the people who they like, or they say that are their faves, they all of a sudden have so much class that they never even sit next to. That's not reasonable. Everything that I've heard from everybody who was against Megan, well, all of this reasonable doubt crap, they truly do not understand the definition of having a reasonable doubt. It has to be reasonable. That is not reasonable. Y'all saying this don't match this. These people were drunk. It is reasonable that they probably don't have all of the clues exactly as it is. But when you put it all together as a collective, if the bodyguard slash driver, Kelsey, Megan, and Tory were the only people, not Megan, Kelsey, Tory, and the bodyguard could have been the only three people that did this. Why did y'all not get that bodyguard in court until the last day? Why did y'all not put Tory Lanez on the stand? It's my opinion. This doesn't have to be Bible. It is my opinion that he did not take that stand because he would have to explain his antics and the silly games that he played. And I'm sorry. No, I don't feel sorry. I don't. This is a woman. This is a black woman. She doesn't have her mom. She does not have her grandmother. Megan is not someone who grew up with crack addicted parents. She has structure and foundation. And if you watch her interviews, they asked her about getting her body done, and she clearly stated that her mom, dad, grandmother, aunts, uncles, everybody always made her feel like her body was enough and she was enough, and that stuck in her head. So that tells me that Megan was truly industry and they lose all that, this dirty, dirty industry, and somebody shoot them. And then we have black men and women. And I'm sorry, I have to say this. I'm so disappointed in black women. And y'all sit here and y'all say that these people testimonies, no, it need to be perfect. It need to say this don't make no sense. These people were drunk. Some of this stuff is not gonna add up. If that bodyguard, if the bodyguard shot her and the driver shot her, whatever he was, why was he not there until the last minute? Why did the defense not do a better job of tracking him down, questioning him, getting their testimony together,
Well,
making sure that
if you don't want to be found, you understand. The only reason why he walked into court when he did was because his father told him, "Listen, you have to turn yourself in. These people are looking for you." So I listen. I totally get where you're coming from, and I also get where a lot of people's speculation is coming in, because if you didn't have the bodyguard, the driver, to testify, the only thing they could ask Meg's bodyguard is whether or not he got a text message from Kelsey. He wasn't there.
no, not Megan's bodyguard, Jennifer. I'm talking about Tory's driver slash
Tori's
body or whatever he was. Because the point that I was trying to make, if Tory did shoot Megan, the only two people left would have been the driver and Kelsey. And
right,
I don't see anyone addressing that. If it's so not Tory didn't do this, then that leaves only two other people. And with all of the thousands and millions of dollars that Tory paid for his defense, you would think, and as you stated, if people don't want to be found, then they won't be found. But if I know I didn't shoot this woman, and I, let's just say for instance, y'all had Kelsey there, so why was that driver slash bodyguard not there? Because those would be the only two people left that it could have been that shot her. You see what I'm saying? And
right.
another reason that I feel as though they didn't put him on the stand and he didn't want to take the stand, because you were so cocky, and your money, power, and influence, and the coddling that you have been allowed to receive, you felt so confident, and you didn't have any sorrow, that you put out a whole video of you smashing a horse's foot. And see, this is somebody who we should give grace to. That number one, I should get away with what I did because I have money, power, and influence. But not only that, I'm gonna go on a smear campaign and flash your vagina all over social media and torment you for 2 years. And I'm gonna show you just how much power I hold. I would, even after I'm not supposed to be around you, come on stage. It took for a judge to give him a gag order to stop talking about it. If I know I didn't shoot somebody, and let's say for instance, because I don't think that he shot her on purpose, I think that they were all drunk, they overreacted, and Megan did get shot. That's what I would have came to the door with.
Right.
Initially, what his thoughts were when he called and said he was sorry. I truly believe that if Tory would have kept on that track, Tory would have got something as simple as probation or community service. But
Well, I think
because
I think the police, I think the initial investigation, I believe the ball was dropped. Um, because if there's one gun for people, nobody wants to take ownership for the gun. I believe everybody should have been tested for DNA, which is something that I don't believe that they did. So, I understood the fact that he went missing leaves room for people to believe that he could have done it. The fact that regardless of what you got to think, the investigation didn't happen until September of 2021, which was quite a bit of time after it initially happened. You know what I'm saying? So,
mhm,
that's why I was saying before that I get, my personal opinion is that I believe Tory had something. I believe he had a gun. I believe he probably was antagonizing her with her. That's my personal opinion. Just like somebody could say that their personal opinion is that they believe Kelsey did it. What I'm saying is I definitely understand the speculation that is out there because of the way everything played out. if Meg would have just been honest from the jump, if she wouldn't have lied to the police and said that she stepped on glass, I believe that's the reason why they didn't rush to do an initial investigation. That's the reason why Tory Lanez wasn't in handcuffs at that particular moment, at the time of the, at the time of the crime when police showed up. I mean, police had them all sitting on the side, ambulance showed up, all of that. Like Tory Lanez should have been in handcuffs and behind bars right then and there. So I believe that in the investigation, there is definitely some questions that need to be asked. The problem is, none of us were one of the 12 chosen to be on a jury. And according to them, they had enough reasonable doubt. According to them, they believed what the prosecution was saying. And because Tory chose not, we could take into account, all of the mess that he did online. We could take into account the stuff that the baby mama might have said. We can take into account any ex-girlfriend, what they might have said on the internet. But when you go into a courtroom, if everything is not laid out, you can't be mad at the judgment now and be like, oh, wait, I meant to say this. Or, oh, wait, I should have said that. No,
That's the part that took me to the part where you play silly games and silly tricks, and you got tricked and tripped. You thought for me, I just wish, because like I said, that's what I think happened. For me, I would have liked, just like you said with the whole your situation, they could have took a different approach and still came out as winners, and your career could have went to another level, because whereas you have these certain group of fans following you, you would have gained another audience, Miss Nikki, from people who have been through that, and you could have went to another level. You understand what I'm saying? So I understand what you're saying. Like, for me, I would have wanted them to use this, since the bars are being so nosy, and they brought all this out, where, hey, he got together and ministered to young brothers, and Nikki opened up some type of outreach for people that were victims of this. That would have been an awesome, great boss thing to see. That would have showed maturity and growth. That would have been a wonderful thing to see. I would have lived for that. Which,
yeah.
what I'm saying is, I would have wanted to see, because I'm not a perfect person, but I am a God-fearing woman, and I believe everybody is entitled to make a mistake. It's okay that y'all were drunk. It's okay that y'all were high out of y'all's mind. It's
Right.
okay that you were drunk and irrational, because I've done it myself. I've been drunk and irrational and have had to pay for something in the legal system and kick my butt about it every day. That's what would have liked to see Tory do. I was drunk, I was high, I was irrational, I was out my freaking mind. I don't know what made me pull that gun out. I was just shooting that thing, and bullets ricocheted, and she got swiped. And I'm sorry. That would have been such a manly thing to do. That would have been just like, why go on this whole thing?
Yeah, but because
Like,
nobody wants to go to jail.
I don't
but
Even if
that
even
for
if it was an accident, even if
we
even if he had no intentions of actually hurting her, the fact that he had an unregistered gun, you know what I'm saying? Like automatically, he either way you look at it, he's going to jail.
But
I
he
want
would have been facing only 3 years. Now he's facing up to 21 years. And if he would have had the support of Megan, which we know that he did have her support, because she didn't even want to tell the people. She lied and said she had glass. He could have had Megan to go in there, because I've been in this situation where when it's time for sentencing, they come and ask the victim, what is your recommendation? And I have had to say, no jail time, just probation. He
Right.
could have turned this whole thing around. He didn't have to just go to jail. If without the support of Megan, they were just offering him 3 years. Let Imagine how much power it would have been in him having the support of Megan Steele, him acknowledging to her, "Hey, I'm sorry, baby girl. I
Well,
was being."
see, it wouldn't have. I mean, to be honest with you, like, Miss Jerica James, she made a great point. She said that Meg isn't the one who pressed charges; the state is, and it wouldn't have mattered how much support Meg gave him. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't have mattered how much when the state picks the case up, they're the ones who sees Tory at fault.
But they
Okay,
do
So
listen to the victims. But
I
they
want to
do listen.
welcome Big E and Lex Be Real to the state to the panel because they have some things to say in defense of Tory. So I want to start with Lex Be Real because you came up first, and then we'll go ahead and let
Oh,
Big E
okay. Hey,
share.
Hotshot.
Well, how you doing?
I'm good. Hey, Jen.
hi.
Oh my God, I love you so much, and you give me hope. Well, first of all, I just wanted to say you give me a lot of hope because I was abused myself. So when you said you got married and have kids,
Right.
that inspired me because it just shows that life doesn't stop. Like you don't have to remain shackled. You can literally move on. Although you never forget stuff like that, but you definitely can move on and have find love and be in love and have kids, and that the perpetrator, they don't have any type of shackle over your life. So it just made me feel like, I have a chance to, be like you, a
Yes.
survivor.
Yes, girl, you definitely do. You, man, you could definitely find love. I'm gonna tell you, intimacy was a big issue for me.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
if there's areas where you feel, listen, therapy, counseling, none of that stuff was thrown at me when I was a kid, when I was younger. It's out here. They have it, and I would suggest that you speak to someone, whether it's church counselor or if it's an actual sexual assault therapy. It really does help. But yes, you can definitely find love. You can be happy. You can find somebody that doesn't make you feel all creeped out, and
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean, in certain areas or what. Yeah, you definitely can. To God be the glory, and you will.
Thank you so much. I definitely appreciate that. And I have gone to therapy. I had stopped a little bit, but I'm going to go back. And the intimacy thing, yeah, I don't want to get married and let somebody, what they did to me, which was completely wrong. I don't want them to be shackled over me, and I can't even be intimate with the person I'm in love with. Like, I don't want
Right.
them to have to pay for someone else's perversion, or, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
but sometimes God puts people in your life to restore. So I don't look at every person the same. I mean, I've been in abusive relationships. I've also been in situationships where things have happened, and I'm thankful that God hasn't hardened my heart.
mhm.
And I hope that I wish nothing but blessings for you. Yeah.
Thank you, beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay, so the Tory situation. Initially,
Hold on. Hey, Lex Brill.
girl, I know you don't like me. I
Girl,
know
I be at the bottom
you
of
were
all your
clearing me.
videos. Don't even go there. We can agree to disagree. Don't do
What's
me.
beef?
You
What
know I be on the bottom of your
you
videos. You know
do,
I
you
watch
do,
all your videos.
you do. I love you. You do. You
Don't even
support
go
me.
there. We can agree to disagree. I'm a grown woman over here. Don't come for me.
I'm not gonna. I didn't even say nothing.
Don't be talking about you don't like me.
Oh, I was playing. I know you like me.
Okay.
You be on my
But hey,
YouTube.
Lexi Pooh.
Yeah, of course. And I respect everything you said. We all for different perspectives. That's fine. I respect you. I see you I see you on my YouTube. Girl, I love you. I was just playing, girl.
Girl, I be laughing at you. You so funny. But come on, give it to me raw and uncut.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna be respectful. I left my ghetto alone, off of his panel. Um, so what happened was the reason I had initially believed that Tory shot Meg, and I was pretty much like disappointed in the community as well, and said, well, why are they, blaming Megan, and why are they picking for the black man? It's never ever, protect the black woman. They always want us to take the fall for the black man, or the black man, he's, pretty much priority and is innocent before we could ever even tell our story. So I initially felt that way. But then that's when the trial started, and I was like, huh? Like what? I started to see the inconsistencies of Megan. I started to see and the inconsistencies of Kelsey. For example, bribery. There was no bribery. Megan had said that. Did you sleep with Tory? No. And the reason why people say, why does it have to do with, what does her sexual history have to do with that? It's very important because it was that incident, the sexual activity, that's what basically ensued the argument. That was what the whole argument was about. As
Says
soon as
who?
Tory told Kelsey this is what she did, that's when the whole argument happened. Meg was upset, she got exposed, and they started arguing. Those events led up to the shooting. That's why they're so adamant about Megan snaking her friend, because it was that revelation of betrayal that precipitated the whole argument. So when you go to court, if you go to court for like a man goes to court for murdering his wife, okay, yeah, he's in court for murdering his wife, but what is the motive? Why would he do that? So you're just going to go to court and say, well, he murdered his wife. Well, why? That's important. What's the motive? Jealousy, domestic violence. That, because you can't just go to court and say something happened and not know the reason why it happened, the motive. That's basically part of proving the case, right? So that's why her sexual history came up. Um, to wrap it up, Megan lied on the stand. She didn't tell the full story. Kelsey lied about, for example, the fighting. Kelsey was like, her and Tory fought, but it was really Kelsey and Megan. And Megan also did not, tell that she basically fought Kelsey. They both basically lied on the stand, and they pretty much proved themselves non-credible. Then of course, the Gayle King interview, she proved herself to be non-credible. Then you go back, okay, the glass or whatever the case may be, which for whatever reason she said that are non-credible. Um, and then the witnesses, I'm sorry, going back to Kelsey, her deposition, it came out that her and Megan fought, but on her deposition, she said it was her and Tory. So basically, right there, that's why she was saying it wasn't 100% accurate. I was being pressured by the prosecution side. So that right there made her whole deposition invalid because it proved to be invalid. So it's like not everybody, like who is credible? Everybody is non-credible. The victim herself is non-credible because she's lying, omitting, etc. Then after that, um let me see, what was I going to say? I was looking at that comment and I got distracted. So then you got more witnesses come up. You got basically criminologists, different body cam experts. you know that doesn't provide much evidence as to what happened. The prosecution is really poking every hole in, I'm sorry, the defense is literally poking every hole in their story, like literally raising all this reasonable doubt, like, well, what about this, what about that? Then you got the Sean Kelsey guy, he changed his testimony about 50 times. So I'm like, okay, he said first, Kelsey, I saw a flash in her hand, like Kelsey shot. Then that's when he said Tory shot. So it's like basically, yes, everyone did lie. Jean or whatever your name is, everyone did lie. So that's why I said and then also the evidence. They Kelsey had gunpowder residue on her, but they didn't test for her DNA on the gun. There was no conclusive evidence that Tory's DNA was on the gun. They said it was two males on the gun, inconclusive as to who it was, and two other fragments that were too small to make out. And it was to make out whether it was male or female. So it's like, okay, you don't have any DNA. Kelsey wasn't tested to see if her DNA was on the gun. The gun is unregistered. If the gun is unregistered, how do you know who it belongs to? If you don't know who it belongs to, how can they just say it belongs to Tory? And on top of that, if it, for example, is unregistered, did they investigate and go to see who purchased it at least? Did they go to whomever? And because when you're doing an investigation like this, they get really deep. They go get receipts. Where are your receipts that this is his gun? Where are your receipts that his DNA is on the gun to even have shot or discharged the gun? Where is your evidence that did you go to whatever store to get receipts to see, Tory Lanez bought this gun? It would have been better for them to do that. Then they would have some type of solid evidence that, okay, he purchased the gun. It's registered to him. Like there was no tangible evidence at all. People were going by text messages, by non-credible people, and no concrete evidence. Me, I don't think. I think a lot of Black women, they were emotionally thinking, and they weren't considering the facts. I was thinking about it judicially. I removed my emotions because I'm a black woman. A lot of black women, even some women told me I've been in a domestic violence relationship, so I'm biased. Okay, well, in the court of law, you're supposed to be neutral and you need to really, really look at the evidence. And there was no credibility. There was no evidence, DNA wise, forensic wise, to implicate him. And all of these non-credible, and I'm almost done, all of these non-credible witnesses and all of this circus of a what you call it trial, it basically nobody knew what would happen. We left and still didn't know what happened, and that's the
Right.
problem. And it's like that right there, everybody lying, being uncredible. um I just lost my thought. Okay, everybody lying, being uncredible, and with the lack of evidence, that is reasonable doubt. That is huge reasonable doubt. They had a plethora of reasonable doubt because they didn't test Kelsey. They're lying. Her deposition is invalid. You got witnesses changing their testimonies as to what they saw. Kelsey had the flash. Tory had the gun. So it's pretty much you how could you convict him when you have zero evidence, solid evidence that implicates him? And one more thing, as far as why didn't he take the stand, I wouldn't have taken the stand either because the circus of the courtroom, what was going on, which was very highly ghetto and a circus. His
Mm-hmm.
lawyers most likely felt like, let these ladies go up there because they're lying. Let them implicate themselves and let them look like fools and liars. And you sit down and you let these people just kill themselves. Just sit there, and that's what you're gonna do. And sure enough, Megan and Kelsey came out. And what today? What's going on?
Okay,
Megan is
but
under fire for
they
non-credible. I'm
they
sorry. Go ahead,
also
Jen.
they also testified before it was the defense's turn, right? So after seeing that Kelsey got up there and fucking caught amnesia, that they're holding on to a text message that Kelsey had sent 5 minutes after the incident had initially took place. And
Mm-hmm.
if I'm not mistaken, didn't the initial, I mean, if we're going off of things that were being said on the internet by people, um, didn't the initial argument start because Tori was flirting with Kylie and Meg
No.
got in her feelings?
That
So
part of it.
if they did fight, right? Okay, so
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Tori
It started. I
Tori
get what
is
you're saying. It
Tori
started
is the
at
one
Kylie's house.
Tori is the one who let the cat out the bag. Like, supposedly he said to Meg, "Why you acting so innocent? Why don't you let your
Mm-hmm.
girl know that
Mm-hmm.
you did?" That in itself was like, well, I'm finna start all kind of hell. But let's just
Lipstick
say
in it.
that they fought. It was never stated. I don't care all the speculation that was out there. It was never stated that Kelsey and Tori was in a relationship. It was never stated that they were even getting it on. It was
It
just stated
Yeah.
that
of it.
supposedly she was supposed to be setting her and Tori up, but because she got COVID and wound up going home, and Meg just continued to hang out with him, that now Meg started to sleep with him. Listen, I get
It.
your point on the investigation part of it. I feel like the investigation from the jump, they kind of dropped the ball, and I'm assuming that they dropped the ball because nobody had any testimony at that time. Kelsey didn't tell the police at that very moment that Tori is the one who shot Meg. Meg didn't say at that very moment that Tori shot me. I think that came afterwards, after Tori started doing his antagonization, his little man complex stuff that he was doing on the internet. But if we're going to believe the things that they personally put out on the internet, Tori specifically wrote in, I want to say it was the Shade Room's comments. He specifically wrote that Kelsey did not shoot
But Jen,
Meg.
Kelsey also wrote. Tori said that, but Kelsey also wrote that she didn't shoot Meg, but they found gun residue on her.
Right.
So,
Okay. But
so
that,
now it's
listen,
On
we
like,
her
can be in the
hands at
same,
that.
but listen, if we're in the same vehicle, if we're anywhere near that, it was already shown that Megan had got out the vehicle. But it wasn't specified whether or not Kelsey had got out the vehicle. Kelsey, according to Kelsey's testimony, she was getting out of the vehicle. And you only have to be within a certain amount of feet for the residue to spring up in the air and be on you. They didn't
So, but it
specify
was
exact.
on her hands though. It wasn't like it was on her body. It was on her bare hands. So that's not
Okay, so what if he has the gun out the car and her hand is on the door?
So
mm,
You
this is
understand what
okay.
I'm
So
saying? Like
that's
there's
true.
let
there's
me I'm
okay.
sorry. Go ahead. I was just gonna answer to that. Okay,
Hmm.
so this is the thing. I'm not trying to like I get it, but what I'm trying to say is the court system is beyond reasonable doubt. They
Okay.
had reasonable doubt to doubt
Mm-hmm.
the situation that was happening because nobody knew what happened. Everyone was non-credible, including Kelsey's
Facts.
deposition, the lack of evidence, the forensics,
Mm-hmm.
and about the whole gun residue thing. It's like, okay, she got gun residue. Well, they didn't test her to see if it was even on the gun. They didn't test her for that. And then
Right.
Tory, she came.
Facts.
Tory was
They
what
didn't
is
even
it? Tory
test
was
Meg. They
tested.
ain't test Meg. They ain't test the driver.
Nobody, and then
They
they
only
Right.
tested.
tested Kelsey and Tory. That was it. Nobody else got tested.
Can I ask you
They
guys a
tested Kelsey.
question? May I
Which
ask the
is
panel a question, please?
mm-hmm.
Okay. And I get you guys are saying for me, Tory not being on the stand and all of this evidence and stuff being inconclusive and but we for me it was just common sense that this man did this and he has a pattern.
Off
This
the
is the
strength of what
same.
though?
Hold
You
on,
said he did it
I'm
off the
about to
strength of
get
what?
there. Um, this is the same person who said, "Oh, I didn't fight with August Alsina. I wasn't even there. I have no idea what
Megan
happened."
lied too though.
Hold on, because you asked me to answer the question, so let me answer it.
When you
And
finish,
then
I talk because I've been letting everybody rock, and I ain't get a chance to even like talk. You
Hey,
feel me?
Vicky,
And
we
I've
want
been
to hear from you.
for a minute. I'm ready to get busy on this joint. Like you feel me? Like
itching,
to talk.
itching to go talk.
But go ahead, do your thing, chit chat. I'm gonna fall back for a little second.
we see him on camera, live footage, fighting with this man. And then we just gonna still turn. So he's credible. We should just believe that Tory. It just no when he has
No, sis,
a
that's not what we're
a
saying.
paper trail proof that you can pull up, prove convictions, probation paper trail of him being violent, having a violent temper, and not knowing how to handle himself in a situation when he's upset.
But
The- it-
Meg got a violent temper. Meg has a reputation of getting violent when drunk. Meg has a reputation of being a drunk, period.
She does not
Meg
have a
has a reputation
reputation
of
of having
lying.
a gun. There are several instances of Tory Lanez having a gun, choosing to handle situations with.
What does that mean though? It's like if you looking at his past, you got to look at Megan's past. And like one more thing before I let Shorty go, I basically am not trying to say Tory did not do whatever because we don't know. All I'm saying is that we don't know. That's why I
Right. I
feel like the
totally get
reasonable
exactly
doubt
what you're saying. I
when
totally get.
the reasonable doubt situation. If we're
Mm-hmm.
going if we're going by the judicial system, he was wrongly convicted. You're innocent until proven guilty, and the prosecution did not prove that. So it could be Tory could have shot her, or maybe it wasn't. I'm on nobody's side. All I'm saying is I'm not emotionally driven. I'm basically saying be fair, be very fair, and be honest. And there's
I'm gonna
no
tell you why I'm
evidence.
emotionally driven to this because that could be my daughter, my little niece, or
But you're
anybody that
dealing
could.
with somebody's
Hold on,
life,
hold on, hold
though.
on,
Your
because I
emotions
think
can
that
put
people
somebody
wanna.
behind bars that's innocent for
We
22
hold
years.
on,
That's not
hold on,
right.
hold on.
Right,
We
can't
we don't know how much time he's
it's
gonna get.
crazy.
They said
But if he's
up to
innocent and you're
21 years.
emotionally driven, you're gonna put him
He
behind
did
bars for no
this, and
reason.
it's not for no reason. He did this,
You
and he
don't have any
should be
evidence he did
punished.
it though.
It's there. The evidence is there,
Where's the
but we
what
don't want. But
evidence?
we don't want to believe. The man
Where is the
has a.
evidence?
I'm answering it. You're not allowing me to speak because you are emotionally driven at this
No,
point.
yeah, because
Yeah,
I hear an
but if
emotional.
you're
I
gonna have a
hear I just
conversation, the
hear
way
in.
the conversation work is, we can't even hear each other if we're talking over each other.
Okay, go ahead.
See, because I don't agree with when you get mad. This is how you handle a situation. You can't pull out guns just because you mad. And you said that
How you
Megan
know
has.
it's the gun? How, that's the thing. How do you know it was his? It was
Well, we have 3
unregistered.
people that put the gun in Tory's hands. But what if he was found not guilty? Then what would be the
Wait, who was the 3
commentary
people who
then?
put the gun in Tory hands? That's where I'm confused at.
And the gun is unregistered. So how do you know it's his? That's the
You
big
don't have to
question.
know it's his. We have 3
You have to know
eyewitnesses
it's
that
his,
put the
and if
gun in his hand.
you're
We
gonna
have
convict
Megan put
somebody,
the
you
gun
better
in his
know who it
hand,
is.
Mr. Kelly, and Chelsea who put the gun in his hand.
Fuck
And
with
How do
again,
you know
if the
that?
gun was not in your hand and you were so innocent, I don't care what the attorney said. I'm getting up on that stand and I'm gonna defend myself.
How do you know? You said the
So
gun was
why
in
he didn't
Tory's
get up on the
hands.
stand? I don't care if they say,
You,
hey, they already done made a circus out of this. They done already just let the black woman take the file. Let the black women get called stupid. Let the black women get called liars. I'm gonna get up there as an intelligent black man if I know I'm innocent, and I'm going to take that stand. I pay you, attorney. This is my life I'm fighting
but
for.
the attorney, you pay him to think for you because you don't know better
But
than him. If they tell you to
you
sit
can't
down, it's
thank for
for a
me when my
reason.
life is on the line, when I have a career and I'm a lot of people ghostwriter and I make millions of dollars. You cannot thank for me when all of this is on the line. My whole family taking a chance of being sent back to Canada and out. No,
All right,
I
let
place
I'm not. Let
myself
me
in that
one last thing, and I
situation.
promise
me.
I'm not going on nobody's stand. When you have people out there that are so non-credible, the prosecution, how they're moving, I'm going on the stand. They're going to question me and try to implicate me or try to, twist and turn with whatever they're saying. They were unorganized, unprepared. I'm not going to go on a stand with a fickle prosecution that can accidentally get me to say something or implicate me in anything. That's probably why they had him sit down, because it was a circus. Why would he go up there and testify with these
Because his
unprepared,
life was on the
non-credible, unprofessional
Okay,
people?
can I say something?
Go ahead, boo.
Okay.
comes to
You
your
wanted to
life
go
and
for a
your
while. Let me be
freedom.
quiet.
When it comes
Yeah,
to your
so,
freedom and your life, that's worth it.
all right, chit chat. We heard you chit
You
chat.
can
Can
kill
I
yourself
Who can
for
kill
real?
themselves?
I'm
on the
trying.
stand. You can kill your they can you can kill yourself on the stand. That's why some people don't take the stand. It's
I
a
just think it would
strategic
have been worth
move.
it.
It's a
It's just
strategic judicial move.
God damn, it's crazy. Oh,
okay, Lexi. We agree to disagree.
All right.
All
yeah.
Still
right.
love you though.
I
Ooh.
love you too,
All
baby.
right.
All right.
So for many years, the justice system has plagued the Black community in a negative light for many, many years. But I don't think that this situation is the case. I think, from my perspective, is that, Meg was shot. That wasn't cool, but nobody knows who did it. So I don't like when people get in a chat and they like, oh, Meg would we don't know who did it. Everybody lied, but Tory did it. No, you don't know who did it because everybody lied. So that don't make any sense. So in the same breath, we can't sit here and be going back and forth about a case that wasn't even proven or justified, because I don't feel like Tory was justified in this situation, and I don't even feel Meg was justified in this situation. So for the record, Hotshot, I'm not a fan of Tory, and I'm not a fan of Meg. I'm not a fan of none of them. I'm a fan. I'm a
Me
fan
neither.
of the truth. You feel me? I'm a
Hmm.
fan of the truth, and I feel
Right.
like nobody got justice in this situation. Nobody. And I
Right.
feel like when it come down to black women need to stop weaponizing the protect black women thing, because I feel like at some point, I feel like Nicki Minaj did that at one point. I feel like a lot of celebrities and a lot of people try to weaponize the black women play to try to justify their BS. No, I feel like Meg should take accountability. I feel like Tory should take accountability. I feel like Kelsey should take accountability. I feel like all of them should take accountability of what happened last night. They was belligerent. They was drunk. They was acting erratic. They didn't know what they was doing. So it's like at the end of the day, people need to understand that it wasn't really no justice served. You got a black man that's about to face 22 years. You got Megan Thee Stallion, which is her career is over. You get what I'm saying? You got Kelsey, who's looking like a thought pocket. You feel what I'm saying? Like, their reputation is going to forever perceive them in a negative light. This don't solve nothing. And guess who wins? The justice system. Once again. And then all of us is going back and forth. And this is a problem that we have where we let the social media realm dictate what we believe and what we don't believe. You get what I'm saying? Like, this is the problem with this society today, this social construct. Like, I'm telling you, it's so easy for us to buy the bullshit that they sell us every single day. We got to stop doing that. because we don't know what's real. We don't know what's fake. And honestly, I know what I said in the chat when I felt like, Kelsey did it, but that's only from my own common sense, because I'm like, girl, you have gun residue on your hands. But I didn't think what Jen said when she was like, damn, she might have touched the door. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's always good to have understanding and listen to both people's perspective.
Right.
You can't just be like, oh, this is what it is, and period. No, we're not doing that. That's why I came up here to just say my piece, and I respect everybody who thinks differently. I respect that. We need to have more of that in the world, because the society, they use the media, they use social media, they use all of these outlets to keep us in a box. They don't want us to have our own perspectives. They don't want us to agree to disagree. They want us to just follow their own beliefs and what they believe. You get what I'm saying? So it's good to have people on the panel that have a mind of their own. And shout out to Chit Chat. I know she's not here.
Oh, Chit Chat, yeah, shout out to Chat. Well, we love you too, Biggie. Much love and respect to you, and I respect everybody's opinions, concerns, and comments. Listen, I love hearing everybody's difference of opinion as well, because it does, sometimes you miss certain things. You like, wait, I ain't look at it that way, but that makes sense. You feel me? Like, I'm not shooting down nobody's opinions. I think there's different possibilities in this case that could be, the truth. So at the end of the day, Megan was the one harmed.
Right.
Whoever did it, Kelsey, Tory, whoever it was, should pay the price. And if Tory wasn't is innocent, then he should have made that clear from the jump. I do agree on that. I mean, certain lawyers do tell you don't speak out, especially when you're a celebrity.
Yeah,
Yo, this
because everything you say will be
Will be
held
used
in
against you.
court of law.
Well, not technically, because
If I'm a black man in America,
no,
and
no,
it's
because they didn't bring his music into play. They didn't bring the stuff that
I think
Tory said
legal
on
though.
the internet. I think maybe if he got
Uh,
on the stand, they would have been able to bring his past transgressions into play, and they probably would have used that to paint him in a particular light. So I listen, I get both aspects, why he didn't get on the stand and why he did get on, and why,
you know,
both ways.
mhm.
But I honestly feel like when Tory was jumping on stage, when he was jumping online, before it got to the courts, before the state picked it up, I mean, May came out pretty early and said that Tory shot her. And I believe she came out and said it because of the antagonization that he was doing online. Instead of him doing that, right? Instead of the time that he took to just be an asshole, right? Just to be an insensitive asshole. Listen, at one time or another, dude, we were friends. At one time or another, we were hanging out like serious. You know what I'm saying? Like this is literally your life. I don't think Tory thought it was going to get to this point. I don't think he thought it was going to lead him into a courtroom amongst 12 total strangers to decide on his fate. I feel like there would have been no harm, no shame or blame if he would have spoke out initially and be like, look, however he chose to respond. I think he should have been like, yo, Shorty is lying.
But
We were all
I
drunk. She
think,
don't know what happened. That's not what happened. I did not shoot anybody. I don't see how I don't see how that could bite him in the ass later.
but I think that them prosecutors would have ate his ass
They
alive
would
on that
have.
stand.
They would have spun that.
I ain't gonna hold you.
They would have spun that thing so good. Like that's what they do.
Reputation,
Right. They would have definitely painted him in a negative light. They would have brought up his
angry
music. They
black
would have
men.
brought up any gun that he talked about in his song. Yeah, I get that. But I'm saying online, before it got to the courts, when he was
Yeah.
making music and he was dropping songs and he was going live and he was hanging out on stage with people in the same location where he shouldn't have been. At those moments, why not one time did you say you came in somebody's comments to say Kelsey didn't shoot her? So why I don't see how him stating as soon as that video went out that Meg said Tory shot me, I don't see how that him coming like people do it every day. I don't see how him coming forward and saying she's a liar. I didn't shoot nobody. I don't see how that would have came back to bite him in the ass. I understand if he got on stage, yeah, they probably would have brought up the Jay Prince that he shot, not Jay Prince, Prince something.
August Alsina.
No, the one before August Alsina. He was on Love and Hip Hop. He was on Love and Hip Hop. They just came to a settlement agreement with Tory Lanez. He beat the nigga up, but he's paying him off. You know, the nigga sued them, and they could reach the settlement. And then the August Alsina incident. But first, it was the Prince dude from Love and Hip Hop.
Yeah, before those two, he had a domestic violence incident with a female.
Right. So all of that could come up in court. I get it. But that's what I'm basing my opinion on. Me stating that I think Tory had something to do with those bullet fragments getting into Meg's foot. I'm saying off of what I've seen on social media, the person that he has portrayed to be. But that's what I'm going off of. I feel like the whole investigation was a mockery. You know what I'm saying? Because here you have 4 people, right? You have the driver, and then you have these 3 people, right? Tory's a celebrity, Megan is a celebrity, and people can even say Kelsey is a celebrity because of her association with them two, right? So the only person you have, the only person who appears to be harmed is Megan. But they find a gun on scene. They see bullets on, like, I don't understand how that, just in what you see alone, forget what came out of people's mouths. For police to show up and see bullets that were shot, a gun that was discharged, I don't see how everybody wasn't in handcuffs in the jail.
Right. You gotta prove right. I agree with that. You just
know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand how that got out the way. I don't understand how the driver, I don't understand how he allowed himself to get into any of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand why he wasn't brought to the stand. He can tell what happened when them niggas got in the car.
You know what I believed at first? When I kept hearing the evidence, I was believing like there was a tussle with the gun. That's when they kept talking.
I still believe. And
because people are saying that there's gun residue on both hands. But
the third person, that's what really took me for a loop. Like, I'm like, okay, they were tussling with the gun, but you saying there was 3 people involved and only 2 people got tested for gun residue. It don't even make no sense. And then when they said that Kelsey had gun residue on her hand, I instantly think like, shit, maybe she was the one holding the strap. You feel what I'm saying? And they was trying to get it from her because she was mad about what Meg did behind her back. And then, you know, when you hear things, it really shape your perspective, not based off of not only what you hear, but your experiences and what you've been through. So I can understand why people divided.
But I also feel like people, a lot of times, they hear what they want to hear. Because it has been said that Tory, he really messed Kelsey up to the point where she was asking Meg, should she go to the hospital because of how banged up
she lied about that. She lied about that.
But Jen, she's not only she said she lied about it, but there was pictures of her and she had no cuts or no bruises on her at all.
Right. Okay. Now think about it. At this particular time that it happened, listen, I totally get why people want to hang Kelsey up on a cross. People want to listen. You know what? You something's up with you. You right there. Something. I get why people. But you got to think about it. Listen, she is now in a position she's in a better off position now than she was before this incident happened. Because if we're gonna say that Kelsey possibly shot Meg because of her finding out that she was sleeping with Tory, which Tory wasn't her man, which apparently he hasn't given her the D yet because Megan was supposed to be. Megan was supposed to be hooking him up.
He referred to Kelsey as his girl.
Kelsey.
He said it in his song. Meg hooked them up together.
Yep, he said it in his song. And and Kelsey also confirmed it when she went live. She was like,
so if we're gonna believe him in his song, why not believe Kelsey in hers? When Kelsey did her diss track, she basically insinuated that it was Tory who shot. She's like, Meg, you know exactly who shot you. You was looking
But
at him.
but Jen, do you know that in that same song, Defense brought up, okay,
That
well,
song.
isn't in that same exact song, isn't
Mhm.
Meg accused of being a liar because Meg lied about the bribe? So it's like
Well,
nobody's
no,
credible here.
wait, but didn't Kelsey also said in the beginning that he did mention something about money?
He offered it, but Meg said she took it. She said you took
No,
the hush money.
Meg
Yeah,
said Meg
yeah, say that.
insinuated that
No,
she.
Megan literally, Jen, said you took the hush money, wrote songs about it and everything in her song.
But even if she said it, Jen is correct. That could saying it still is insinuating it because just because you say something doesn't mean it's true.
No, I'm saying Meg insinuated that early. Meg insinuated earlier in the show. I was stating that I felt like, the lack of miscommunication between two friends over some short man penis is ridiculous. I feel like Meg felt like Kelsey didn't speak up for her on the internet. And Kelsey also felt like Meg didn't speak up for her when people were insinuating that it was probably Kelsey who shot you. You know what
And
I'm saying? So I feel
all
like there
still,
was a lot of hurt feelings
mm-hmm,
involved in this. But listen, if you're saying that Tory claimed Kelsey as his girl,
mm-hmm.
where the fuck did the baby and the 1501 executive get into the picture?
I think
You understand what I'm saying? So
right,
now that that's in the picture,
but it's a
and
difference between somebody being your girl and somebody just fucking.
You just
Because
smashing,
probably
like they
was
was smashing.
he was just fucking her, and according to like what people were saying on social media, I think what really tipped the scale was with Kelsey when he done smashed. I mean with what's her name? What's her name?
listen, I don't, but
Kylie Jenner.
I don't
Kylie Jenner.
believe.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's what really
I don't, I
took
don't
Meg
believe
in.
that Tory and Kelsey was in any form of relationship
I don't think so neither.
for now. Listen, I get what you're saying that he said in his music, but I don't believe for the outcome to have happened the way that it did. Remember, it was stated that Megan, right? She left first, and then she came back for a Louis
Flipper.
Vuitton slipper. When
Mm-hmm.
she came back for the
Jen,
Louis Vuitton
do you
slipper,
see? She came back for a sandal. It's
She
it's
came
a
listen,
sandal for
she
me.
came back.
Flipper. I think she came back to see what
Thank
Tory
you.
Lanez was
There,
doing.
Yes, she
okay,
came back
that's
to
what
see
I'm
what was
getting
going
at.
on because she was
Yeah.
jealous.
So you can't tell me, you're not going to convince, nobody can convince me that Tory and Kelsey was in a relationship that people knew about, that even Meg knew about. Because here's the thing.
Oh,
If
Meg
Megan
knew.
is the one who chose, remember, Kelsey left with Megan. She
Meg,
left with Megan. She didn't stay with Tory. Kelsey wasn't the one that was belligerent. She didn't insult Kylie. It was Megan who insulted Kylie. But Kelsey, being the rider that she is, she left with her girl. EJ, he got in a whole different car and went a whole different direction because Megan said, we're going to ride in Kelsey's truck. It wasn't Kelsey who made that decision to get in
No,
Tory's truck.
no, that wasn't
Jen,
the story.
Meg,
They all went in Tory's truck.
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't, they didn't come in Tory's truck.
No, they didn't come in Tory.
Megan Kelsey was already there. I'm
You
talking
right,
about when
you
they
right.
left.
when they
When they
left, they were
left,
in.
it was Megan's decision to get into Tory's truck. It wasn't Kelsey's decision to get into Tory's truck, right? They
Mhm.
left and then they came back, supposedly for a slipper. Kelsey is just along for the ride. Megan goes inside. She's the one who is infuriated by Tory flirting with Kylie,
Kylie
not
Jenner.
Kelsey.
Mm-hmm.
So, listen, I'm
Yeah,
not
but
saying
then
that
look,
they
But
didn't
Megan
fight.
knew because
but this
Megan was
is
the
the
one that
thing
put them
though.
together. Jen,
This
did
is
you
the
know
thing
that?
though, Jen.
What you
I
say?
feel like that. I feel like the situation with Tori breaking the ice and letting Kelsey know about the situation
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
was just
he ain't break no ice.
very,
He was being dirty.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
He
you know
he
why,
was just
Jen?
he
You
was
know why it was dirty of Megan? Because Megan was the one that put them together. She put them together. That's
Listen,
your
look,
homegirl's dude.
if we're putting if we're putting her morals on the stand, then yeah, do you know if that's the conversation, Jennifer, how do you feel about Megan going behind her friend's back and fuck? She's foul. She's foul and she's wrong, and that wasn't it wasn't okay in
but
no parts about
But
it.
agree with
that's
you,
what
Jen.
precipitated the whole
But I still
shooting.
agree with you, Jen. I still feel deep down that Kelsey wasn't his girl. I feel like he was just smashing
I feel
Kelsey.
like
And
Kelsey was not
Lexi, you said
fucking
that you
altered.
keep you.
I don't
There's no
believe
reason for a
Kelsey
shooting. He
was.
could have been upset. That could have that don't precipitate a shooting. That should not have to
No,
warrant a
hot
Listen,
shooting.
shot, you misunderstood me, love. What I'm
I
saying
believe
is,
Megan
ho-
lied to her girl. I believe that she should have. I believe in that van when that came out in the vehicle that it came out. Oh, why don't you tell your girl that you've been sleeping behind the
right.
back or whatever have you? When
I
that came
owe
out,
you
I
nothing.
believe
I
Megan
don't feel like
lied.
Meg owes
I
her
believe
anything.
Megan denied it to her homegirl instead of being honest. And with Megan being drunk, you got to think about it. EJ, her stylist, said she was already insulting Kylie.
Yeah,
She was
because she
already in the house
yeah.
belligerent. He said she has a pattern of getting drunk and being bold at the mouth. So
Mhm.
I'm sure Meg is in the car talking shit to both of them. And Tory is the one who got in his feelings. Listen, how many girls have gotten a fight with their homegirls before?
But
I
Jen,
don't think
what
Tory
happened to?
got
But
in
what
his
started
feelings.
the
I
argument though?
believe that they was.
Between them two?
What
I
started
think
the
that
argument was that the bomb was dropped. That, hey,
Yeah, I
no,
tell them
I
how
agree.
fake,
think Meg
tell them
got
No,
how
I
mad.
fake you
agree.
are.
I
I
agree
think
with you, Let's be real. The argument did probably and most likely start because the bomb was dropped about him sleeping with both of
no.
them
It
and
started
flirting
with
with
it
Kylie.
started with Kylie.
That's what I'm
It
Right.
But
was
they
saying.
didn't
Meg
fight in
was
the car
already
though. It
about
was in
That's
the
she
Kylie.
car
was
that's
they popped
already
off.
right.
enraged.
But it was a mixture of rage. It was the Kylie,
Yes,
it was the
yes.
Kelsey, it was this, it was you know what I'm saying? It was a
It was
mixture
a
of
Hmm.
things.
you're
But
right.
I do believe that incited the whole shooting. But
Yeah.
Look,
it's
Tory
not
Lanez
a
should have just told the
reason.
truth. He should have just said,
It's not a
listen, the
reason.
bitch was beating me up. Okay. She's a big bitch. She's a,
Right,
he should have just told, he
I'm
should have just
done.
told the truth. Like, yo, this was self
Wait a
defense.
minute.
Nah,
You know
y'all
what I'm
gotta
saying?
stop with
right.
that. Meg being
That's the
big.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was just a little confusing. I'm sorry. I
Nah,
didn't mean that.
why you
yeah.
But,
That's what really happened. It's a
but
big bitch. She whooped my ass, and I had to come scare her
drag
with the gun.
that? You don't
That
remember that? Y'all don't
That's
remember that game back
embarrassing.
in the day? The girls used to play helicopter, helicopter, please come down. If
right.
you don't, she
You
probably would
said the helicopter
have
what?
in the air.
It used to be a thing that we used to play with like a jump rope or
Yup, that's
a
how it
string
is.
or something, and you'd swing it in the air, and as you drop it down to the bottom, people would jump over it. That's a game for players. You got to be of age up there. But nah, you know what? Listen, I totally get why people are saying that. They feel like in the courts, according to the reports that we got, because I wasn't in the court. A lot of my information came from Dennis Byron, and it also came from the official King Payne, and a
Shout
little
out
bit
to
of
the official campaign.
Armand's witness, right? So that's where
Uh,
I got.
oh,
Listen, listen.
Dennis, I
That,
don't know.
but that's what I'm saying. So I can't, as far as what happened in court, I wasn't there. I don't know how the prosecution and the defense and all of that. I'm blind to the legal process or whatever have you. So, but I totally feel like the investigation in itself was they truly dropped the ball. I feel like the reason why Tory was convicted was because they took into account the first text message that Kelsey sent. I believe that they took her statement more at face value than a lot of people would have. Even though she did say that she felt pressured by the prosecution, it seems that the prosecution have also proved that point as far as the defense and speaking to their witnesses.
Mhm.
So, in the court of law aspect, I totally feel you.
Listen,
I'm
I do
I'm
believe that
Mine's was just the
I'm
personal.
not listening to rumors when, like, I mean, I could take what people say with a grain of salt. But when you
Right.
get in the courtroom, it's a whole different vibe because
Yeah.
people they could perjure themselves in the courtroom. They could
Mm-hmm.
lie. You get what I'm saying? And then what made me, I said to myself, I said, you know what, when Meg get in that courtroom, if her testimony is legit and solid and she's credible, then I'm rocking with Meg. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
She got on that stand and she was more or less like, I don't know, I don't remember, I don't know, that's nothing I could go off of. When
Well,
Kelsey, wait, when you got Kelsey coming on the stand pleading the fifth, it's like, I don't know. Only person that I feel like was
Amnesia.
credible through that whole trial was EJ. I think he was the
Right.
only one that gave context to what was really going on.
Right.
And that still didn't improve anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. And
So
you know
we're
what?
back at square one.
I
We
don't
don't know.
I
We
don't
don't.
I
Right.
don't believe in the gossip in the rumor and all that shit either. I'm going by what each and every individual involved in this case testified to and pretty much stated. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
then what I put and what I make the sense that I make out of all of it is that yes, I agree with what a lot of things that every one of you is saying. Tory was in his feelings. He was his ego was slashed. You know what I'm saying? Megan was jealous and she was feeling the way about him coming over as a guest of theirs to then go chill with Kylie and stay there chilling with
If
Kylie once daily.
alcohol was involved, that just tops.
Alcohol was involved. Kylie was probably
Yeah.
feeling
See
the
that?
way, Kelsey was probably feeling the way. I believe all that. I
Well,
believe
that's
there
why I
was
say they all
jealousy.
should have been in handcuffs. They all should have been.
With that one, Jen.
We need a
I
whole new
believe
trial,
all of that,
basically.
and I
Give me
believe
a whole
all of
new
that is
trial.
the reason for the shooting. But that is no reason to shoot somebody.
But
I feel
Hotshot, we don't know
Say
who
that
did
though,
it
Hot
though.
Shot, because there's no proof that he
There's
even
no proof he
shot
did it.
anybody. So it's like everybody fell in the situation.
Everybody, that's why they're
She,
saying we
she,
but
need to
but
appeal.
but
Meg
Listen,
came
they are
up there
holding on
with
to that white man.
right,
Okay, I know
but
you say he
Kelsey,
changed the story 30,000 times or
yeah,
whatever,
he wasn't even
but I
credible.
promise you, they are holding on to him, especially being the fact that the defense is the one that put him up on the stand. The fact that he actually clarified and said no, that the short man, he's the one with the gun. The problem is we don't know how tall or short the driver was.
But he
Right.
said Kelsey shot first. He said Kelsey first, and then he said, I saw the gun with
No, what he
the
said
young
is
lady with
that
the
when he looked out
flash.
his window, he seen two girls fighting, and then he seen a muzzle flash. Then he said Tory got out. He said Tory got out the car, and Tory was yelling, and he referred to him as a short guy, a short guy, and he got out the car and he started yelling and doing all of this stuff, and then he heard another shot go pop pop, and then he seen a girl walk to a stop area or whatever the hell she walked to, and that's it. But I don't believe his story because you're gonna say that and then you're gonna turn around and then you're gonna switch it over and say you seen the short guy with the gun. Like, make it make sense. His story.
This is so ghetto.
but then
Yeah.
Tory said that Kelsey wasn't a shooter, and Kelsey pretty much implied that Tory was the shooter. So who else could it have been if it wasn't
You
Tory?
said what, Hotshot?
I said Tory pretty much stated that Kelsey did not shoot Megan, and Kelsey subliminally stated in her lyrics that it was Tory.
Kelsey's
So
not credible though. Kelsey's not credible at all.
She's
Because
not.
in that same lyrics, she
okay,
called Meg a liar.
so
And
you believe Tory is credible?
I don't believe
say
none
it
of them
again.
credible in
You
the situation.
believe Tory's credible?
I
I
don't
don't
believe
think none
none
of
of
them
them
are
is
credible. I think that all of them,
Okay, so
this is what I'm going to say, Hotshot. I
Why
think
would
all
Tory
of them,
say that Kelsey is innocent? If you guys think it was Kelsey, why would he say she's innocent?
will say it again.
Like I said to you before, I believe that it was a tussle with the gun. I believe everybody played a part in that situation that night.
I
I
believe
just
it
think,
was
you
a
know what,
tussle.
I
I
think
believe
Hotshot.
I
think
think
that
the point
basically
is
this is why we
whether or
want
not
they
Tory
want
is
an appeal,
guilty.
because 10 days is not enough to figure out what really happened. I'm not going to accuse Tory of something there's no evidence of. I'm not going by no text messages. Oh, this is what Tory said on the Live. This is what. No, we need hardcore, concrete evidence because all of them were lying. So it's like I'm not going to go as a juror convict him
okay,
of 3
but
counts or
you
whatever, and I don't even
everybody,
know. I don't even have no evidence to back that up.
everybody's lying, but you got to go with what's closest to the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like
No, you
if
cannot hot shot. This is
listen,
somebody's life. I can't
all right,
assume.
okay, but we don't always have evidence in every case.
Yes,
So you
you do.
have
No, we
to.
don't. We don't. Yes, we do have evidence. The thing
Okay,
is, they
we
rushed
don't
the job.
always
They had
have.
10 days.
I'm not saying there wasn't any evidence in this case. I'm saying in any case, there's not sufficient evidence all the time. So
That's
we
what I'm
can't.
saying. They
A lot of
hotshot,
people who
hotshot.
goes
You
to
just made my
jail who's
point.
innocent.
Reasonable doubt. There. That's why if you don't have enough evidence, that's reasonable doubt to let him walk. You don't have
Right.
There
evidence to
was
say that.
47 pieces of evidence, says Queen Didi, in this case. So how
What
was
was
there?
the
That
47
what?
pieces of evidence? Miss Didi
There's,
needs to elaborate that
there's
because
only two people.
like
There's
what
only two
47
people.
pieces of evidence you have that we don't know about? Because we named about what, like 4 or 5. I need to
There's
know.
only
He is gangster.
Check this out. There's only two people with gun residue. I don't care if the gun was passed. I don't care if you was too close to the gun and got some residue. I don't care what the issue was. There's two people with gunpowder residue, right?
Yeah,
Right.
That's
So
but
who?
it was
Okay. So
it was
hotshot.
gunpowder
If it's two
residue
people,
on
who
Kelsey
shot? Who
Ring.
shot?
I don't care.
exactly. Wait,
Who
wait,
shot?
wait. That's a good question. But the
Why
obvious
did
answer.
residue
No,
on
but
your
see, you
hand,
can't
girl? Did
tell
you have
me. You
that
can't
gun?
tell me.
Hold
I
on.
guess what they're saying,
The
Hotshot, is
obvious.
that there is no obvious. There
There is.
is
Yeah,
no
Thank you,
obvious.
Jen.
there is
That's it. Thank
obvious.
you,
That's
Jen.
There,
what they're
Dang,
saying. There
I'm
is
so
there,
no
ghetto because I
obvious.
there
couldn't
And
even put that
is
together.
there is an obvious. The obvious is that it was either Tory or Kelsey, right? Now,
Boom.
or the
Shaka laka
driver.
laka.
right? No,
Or
no, no,
Quan, or the
no,
driver.
no, no, no,
Cause
no, no,
ain't the
I
no, no,
hotshot
believe
question,
no,
question,
no,
hold
Jay.
on, question.
no,
Ain't the
no,
man
Hold
no.
said
on,
that
hot shot. What
they
you gonna
jumped
say?
Megan? He said
Hold
the
on.
driver jumped Megan.
Wait,
He
wait,
said
wait. Let hot shot
Wait,
say what
hold
you
on.
say.
oh yeah.
Did they find gunpowder residue on anybody else besides Tory and Kelsey?
No,
No.
they didn't
No.
test
No.
nobody
But
else.
So how the hell would anybody else have shot that gun?
so how do you know
Yeah, but oh yeah, I just
they
want
both have residue? So how
this
do we know
too.
who did it? What
Kelsey did get
Okay,
a Mercedes.
okay, but it was either one or the other. We have one of the people in question
so
saying that
we
the
don't
other one is
know.
innocent. We have one of the people in question saying that the other one is innocent. So this is a
That's
no-brainer.
not enough, hotshot, especially if you
That
do
is,
DNA.
let me tell you something. Let's be real. If my life and your life depended on this testimony, and you shot somebody, I'm definitely not saying you didn't shoot somebody. If I'm the
I'm
next
not gonna
person in
lie. The
line,
one thing
if
I'm not
I'm
gonna
the
do,
next person in line to be looked at as the shooter, why
I'm
would I
not
say
gonna.
you didn't do it when you did it?
I'm caught shot. I'm not gonna sit up here and just assume that somebody shot me or anybody. If I'm on a juror, if I'm a juror, I'm not gonna play with nobody's life and assume, oh well, they both have gun residue. Kelsey wasn't tested for the gun or whatever. The DNA is
She
inconclusive.
was.
It's not linking to Tory. I'm not gonna sit up and convict no man of something that I'm not sure of. I wouldn't be able to sleep with myself at night. I'm not
Okay,
doing
that's
that.
you. That's
You
you.
what
Let's
this
be
is?
real.
Let me say one
I,
more
I
thing. Let
understand
me
what you're
see,
saying.
hot
I'm the
shot.
same way.
Let me say one more
I'm
thing.
not God. I'm not putting people life in my people fate in my hands. You know what I'm saying? But some
That
people
is, if you're a
share.
juror, you basically saying you would blame Tory
Right.
for it with no evidence.
But this is what I'm telling you. That's a
Stop
juror's
this,
job. You
duty.
cannot put your personal beliefs or your personal then you won't be picked for this case. That's simple.
Exactly. There's that you can't put your personal belief. The prosecution did not prove Tory did it. So we need an appeal. They need to redo it all over again and get their shit
Listen,
together.
but you
But
might
did the
have
defense prove that he didn't?
The
you
And
defense
I
proved reasonable doubt. That's what they did. We don't know. They proved they poked so many holes in that story. We don't know what happened. They proved that it could be anybody, and they made a verdict anyway, which was wrong. That's why they are asking for an
I
appeal
could
so they
see
can
your
go
point.
instant, so they can really spend time, not 10 days, but about 3 months trying to really figure it out. Because as of right now, we don't know who shot that man, that shot
okay,
that
but
girl.
isn't it too late now?
It's
Wait,
not too
isn't
late.
it
They
too
can
late
appeal it.
now to do
He can
DNA
appeal.
on the gun?
I think it might be too late.
You know what I'm saying? So I
Can't he
feel like
appeal?
even even let's say he gets acquitted, right? Or let's say he gets an appeal, right? That's the word. Let's say he gets an appeal,
Mm-hmm.
right? To appeal this judgment that was on him. What could possibly save him the next time around?
DNA for more forensic testing, a whole lot of things, concrete proof. That's why they need to sit there and dig their ass into all the into evidence and really
Mm-hmm.
complete a thorough investigation. They did
Now
not do a
listen,
thorough
I
investigation.
agree.
That investigation was a fish.
I agree with a thorough investigation. I feel like if there wasn't a thorough investigation, according to what you're saying, I believe one should be done. But it still does not neglect that it was either Tory
Or Kelsey.
or Kelsey, and
Right. I'm not saying
you're making it seem like because there's not sufficient evidence, it definitely was not Tory.
But
And
Hotshot, you
No,
know,
that's not what I'm saying,
No, that's not
Hotshot.
what
Let
they're
me
saying,
let me
baby.
clarify.
you know
What
what?
I'm saying is all I'm saying. Let me clarify. Because there's not sufficient evidence, what I'm saying is Tory shouldn't have gotten convicted. It would have been a mistrial. It's innocent until proven guilty. So basically, according to the law, he walks. Now, the thing is, if, for example, you have insufficient evidence or whatever the case may be, yeah, if according to the court of law, if there's reasonable doubt, that person is either a mistrial or a walk, but they convicted him. That was wrong. I'm not saying that Tory could have done it. Kelsey could have done it, but the prosecution didn't prove it to convict him. They need to prove it. If Tory did it, prove it. If Kelsey did it, prove it. That's it. Just be fair. Don't. That's what I'm saying. I'm not on Tory's side. I'm not on Megan's side. I'm not on nobody's side. Just prove your case. Prove
what
it.
I'm saying is, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is sometimes there just isn't enough proof. Sometimes we
That's
just
not
have
true,
to go.
Hotshot.
It is true. I know. Listen,
earlier,
it is true. My stepfather was
The
killed.
Hotshot,
I
it's
went to that
reasonable
whole
doubt.
trial. I know exactly how that shit worked.
It's
You know what I'm
reasonable
saying?
doubt.
But let me tell you something. Just because there's no evidence or sufficient evidence does not make somebody innocent. That
It
doesn't make
doesn't,
them
but it does,
right?
but
And
it does
just
make
because
them
it's not efficient evidence, don't make somebody guilty neither. It goes both ways.
exactly.
But
right.
this is
But
what I
if the
bring up.
person,
Wait,
okay, let me.
check this. This is what I wanted to bring up to you was that earlier Jen and I was talking about Tory taking the stand. And I now looking back at it, I'm looking at Kelsey like, damn, maybe that could have been her biggest mistake is taking the damn stand. Because now people looking at her like, you know, sideways, like you had something to do with it. Even if she didn't have something to do with it. Get what I'm saying?
The only thing that makes me look at Kelsey sideways is her pleading the fifth and her asking for immunity.
Yep.
That right there was reasonable doubt right there.
For any form of immunity. What do you need immunity from?
Right.
What exactly did you do? You getting immunity from the lies that you initially told? Are you know, that's the only thing, like the only sense that I can come up with. The reason why she would ask for immunity is because she may have lied at some point during the investigation or whatever have you. What also makes me look at her suspect is the fact that out of all the men she could have chose to be with, she chose to go get somebody from the very label that Meg is fighting in court. I don't know if that was done out of spite. I would hate to think that you'd start a whole family out of spite, but you know, regardless of all, I get it. Like, I get you saying that, you know, you feel like that reasonable doubt was that would have been great if you were one of the juries, but according to those 12
no, not because one of me reasonable doubt period. It was proven.
Isn't Carl Crawford the one who managed her in 1501, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how you know that? Because she ain't down with 1501, she ain't got a whole family by them. They probably telling her like, yo, let this girl rot, she owe us mad money, don't testify, plead the fifth. You get what I'm saying?
Right, Jerica. He never said he didn't shoot her. Sorry.
Right, or say that he didn't shoot her, like railroad this girl because we don't want her to no longer have a career. That could be like something that why she asked for immunity or she plead the fifth too, because she probably just didn't want to insert.
He never said he ain't shoot. He never denied shooting Meg. He denied Kelsey shooting Meg. Kelsey denied shooting Meg. Megan denied Kelsey shooting Meg.
Kelsey denied shooting Meg, but she got gun residue on her
hand.
Yeah, because she was trying to take the gun from Tory. Tory shot Meg. That's my fault.
That's what you That's what you want to believe, but we don't know. That's not factual. That's an opinion.
That's his dog right there. You feel
That's
me?
an opinion.
He say what he say. You know what I'm saying?
I said what the
That's it. That's what he want to believe.
I ain't
He's
mad.
standing on
I
it.
feel like agree with this.
I'm not mad at what y'all saying either. Y'all can think what y'all want to think, but this is what I think. And listen, I'm gonna stick by it. I'm gonna stand 10 toes by it. Listen,
me as well.
It just, and that's great. But if you're talking about common sense, to me, then that's my common sense.
Hey, that's
I don't
your
That's
need-
common
not
sense.
what's your
Right.
common
I was about
sense.
to say.
when there's no evidence, I go to common sense, and that's what makes sense to me.
So
Now,
basically, you think
now,
that, Hasha, let me ask you a
But
question. You think that
sometimes
the
the
evidence, hold
thing
on, wait,
go
please,
off to
please,
be a
please,
lie.
let me just get
So
this out.
be careful with
You
that.
think, Hasha, you think that basically the evidence that was in the court and all of the confusion that causes the reasonable doubt, you don't think that there was reasonable doubt in that courtroom?
He
no,
can't answer that 100. You can't answer that
I
100%, Hot
believe,
Shot.
Wait a
I
minute. How
You
feel
you
don't
like
think there
think
was
that
any,
100%?
after everything we spoke about, is there because common sense is speak do you the judicial system? I'm very intelligent. I'm going by what the judicial standard is. The only way basically you can basically walk is if there is no reasonable doubt. If you go be if basically if you go beyond reasonable doubt that this person did it, then that they're convicted. If there's if there's reasonable doubt, valid reasonable doubt, then the person basically cannot be convicted. So during
Probably stuff about
all
his
this
past we don't
confusion
even
that
know
we're
about
talking about, don't
still.
is there any reasonable doubt in this case?
It's probably stuff that we don't even know about, like Dee
Is
Dee
there
said.
any? I'm just asking. Is there reasonable doubt in this case? Did the prosecution
you,
have it in the bag to the point where they
that's up
fully
to how
proved
you
that
feel.
he
Because
did
the
it?
jury might feel like there is or there isn't, but then you might feel different. That's your personal opinion.
That's not my
With the
personal.
opinion of his peers, and they chose that he was guilty. Hey, each his own. But I feel like at the end of the day, sometimes the jury of your peers.
He had the right to speak up. He had the right to defend himself, just the
And
way
he
he
had the
defended
right to shut
himself.
up
And he
because
had
they
the
were
right
going
to
to
shut up.
implicate
And he
him.
chose to shut up, and that's
Yeah,
on
and that,
him.
but that didn't contribute to him being convicted. What
I
contributed
don't
him to
care if
him
I'm
being
innocent, and everybody sounds crazy and dizzy and confused about me being
Everybody
innocent.
played the
I'm gonna make
part, man.
exactly
Every
it
crazy, dizzy,
everybody,
clear.
confused? So why would you
Listen,
convict that
I
man?
didn't shoot that woman.
played the
Kelsey
part.
shot her.
Why
It
would you?
was the driver who shot her. I don't care who it was. It was them. I ain't do it. I ain't got
Okay,
nothing to
Oh,
do with
hot
it.
shot. You
hot
know
shot. Put it
how
like this:
hot shot.
everybody go to
You know
jail.
how
Everybody go to jail.
back in the day, right? How when you and your siblings, if you have any siblings or anybody who have any siblings, I remember growing up, like if y'all told on each other, like who did this, and y'all blaming each other, y'all both got an ass whooping. So
Yo, hell,
Yeah,
even if
everybody go to jail. If you want to put Tory in jail, put
y'all
Kelsey in
both got
jail
an ass
too.
whooping. So in this case, they both
yeah,
need to get an ass whooping. Fuck it.
listen. Do I feel
Everybody go to jail
Megan
because
and
it
Megan
wasn't
and
proven. So
Kelsey
everybody
probably
go to
do?
jail. If that's how we looking at it, we want to accuse
I
based
agree.
on evidence.
I agree with
Everybody go to
everybody go to
jail.
jail. I agree with that. Everybody go to jail until somebody speak up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's what
Everybody
I'm
go to
saying. We
jail.
need a trial,
I
appeal.
definitely agree with everybody going to jail until somebody speak up. But if they pretty much spoke up, like Tory told you it was not Kelsey, like what more do we need to know? It was only him and Kelsey with
Tory
gunpowder
said,
residue. Like what sister say it ain't rocket science? Come
Yeah,
on.
no,
If it was
but you know,
Kelsey,
but
I'm gonna
uh,
tell
Hotshot,
you
could
you're
if it
missing
was
the
think
point
different
though.
Kelsey.
ways. See, that's the thing. It
No,
They're
could
I
be
know
different
that's the
non-credible.
Hey,
point.
can I
All of them are
read something,
non-credible. I don't
you
care what
guys?
Tory said.
way.
All of them are non-credible.
I see that point. I know that. I
Can I
agree with
read?
Wait, Jen want to read
you.
something.
And if
Can I
go ahead.
read
Oh, I'm sorry,
something?
Jen.
Okay, so according to what the court say, it says we, the jury, in the above entitled action, and I'm blind. Okay, so give me a second. In the above entitled action, find the defendant Daystar Peterson guilty of the crime of discharge of firearm with gross negligence in violation of Penal Code Section 246.3a, a felony as charged in court. So it says further, we find the allegation that said defendant personally inflicted great bodily upon Megan Pete with the meaning of penal code, and then it gives a penal code, right? So that's one. The second one is we, the jury, in the above entitled case, find the defendant Daystar Peterson guilty of the crime of having a concealed firearm in a vehicle not registered, right? And then the next one is
Well, the vehicle was his, so he can't say.
And how do you and one
And
before you
nobody claimed.
I have a question, Jen. They said the charge was discharge the gun.
yeah.
Okay, so how do they know? Okay, so they said he discharged the gun. Why isn't his DNA conclusively on that gun? How do they know that it was him that discharged it?
because
Because
they
they
did
they were
not.
going they're
When
going
Kelsey
off
had
of
residue as
Chill,
well.
Jen. You gotta
listen.
chill, because everybody's perspective is not the same. Like, your perspective is different from everybody else's perspective. Doesn't mean they're
I'm
not.
sorry, are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Jen, because she keep throwing insults. You don't gotta do all that, sweetheart.
What
Who,
she
me?
throwing insults
What
about?
what
What
what,
you,
what
you
did Jen
sound
do?
crazy.
What
You
insult?
sound
What
crazy as hell.
insult did I?
What insult
Talking
did Jen
about no,
throw?
not Jen, Jean.
Oh, gee.
Oh,
I'm
Gene.
Oh,
blind, girl.
okay,
I'm
I get what you're
blind just like
saying.
you.
Oh, okay.
I
I'm
was
like, wait a
confused
minute. I just read.
Not Jen.
Somebody
I'm
asked,
sorry,
can we
Jen.
read the
Jen.
because
charges?
you
Forget.
know we don't play about Jen. You about to get jumped, girl.
I'm like, wait a minute. Hold up.
Listen,
Yeah.
get jumped over technology. I apologize. I
Nah,
apologize.
Jean cool. She just got a difference of opinion. I see her. I told her to come up
You
here and
called her Jen just now. Jump
Jean,
hot shot now. Dude.
Jean.
Jean.
Jean cool.
Yeah, so it was
He-
discharge of a firearm. And listen, I get what you're saying about the DNA. What I'm saying is, I honestly believe that they took, even though a lot of people may feel like Kelsey is not credible. Megan isn't credible because of, the dominoes that she left before this incident happened. What she put out there. She put out lies. She put out lies in doing the interview. She put out lies when, speaking on her own live or whatever have you. She put out lies when she spoke to the police. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is that they believed Kelsey's initial text message. Let's forget her statement that she made. Let's forget the deposition that she put. Her original message the night of the incident. I believe that played a major role in the jury's decision. I also believe that that witness, the guy who stated that when he clarified, when he said, no, the little guy, he was waving the gun. He said he seen a flash from the girl first, but he never said he seen her with a gun. He did say that he seen Tory with the gun. And I feel like the residue, along with Megan insinuating that Tory is the one who shot, Kelsey, her original insinuation that Tory is the one who shot, plus this white man who has no dog in this fight, who also said that he's seen Tory Lane, you know what I'm saying? Like with the gun, waving the gun and shooting it, and that he shot 4 or 5 times. So I
Yeah.
believe that is the
Mind you,
reason
Kelsey
why.
did say, I sent the text in a panic. Like when she
Okay.
said, hey, Tory, help me. Tory shot Meg. When they asked her, well, what's that about? I was sent in a panic.
Well, I would think
I
that
sent it in a
somebody
panic.
shooting your friend would put you in a panic. I would think you being in a situation where, yeah, you may have just fought and now all of a sudden there's guns going off.
And her shooting somebody could put her in a panic as well too. So it could go both ways, because she had residue on her hands as well. She had residue too. So,
and that's why I'm saying she's
right.
That's
but
why I
no,
said she's not credible, because she's
not credible.
backpedaling.
All right,
well,
look,
I mean,
check this out.
us,
What
she
if
may be.
Kelsey had the gun first, shot up in the air just to like break everything up, and then Tory ended up taking the gun from her
Oh,
and
hot shot, you read.
What about reverse? Okay, reverse it.
You
What
read
if it was?
right
What if that
now.
was the opposite? What if it was reverse it? It could
no,
be that
Well,
too.
I'm sure you
Well,
want it
it
to be
was
reversed.
testified
You the
that
one
it
who
wasn't
you the
in
one who
reverse.
literally
I
just
think
said
both.
Tory shot and
It's one
Kelsey
of
shot
them
in the
two.
air. You
It's either
said
Kelsey
that,
or
hot shot.
Tory.
Because Megan,
You
Kelsey,
wanted to be
and
Tory
Tory.
so bad.
Oh, no, Tory wants it to be Tory. Otherwise he would have defended himself like he defended Kelsey.
No, you can't tell him what to do. The lawyers are
I
going to tell
don't
him
want
what's
to
best
tell him
for
what to do.
I'm
He
sure
him.
he
should know
got his
what to do. He
lawyers.
should know as a grown man what to do and what's best for him. And the truth
So
is the
why
best
would we?
thing.
Okay, so why
And
do we
he
need attorneys, hot shot? So we
because
know what to do
We
in
because
need
court.
attorneys because the state picked up the case and now he has no choice but to fight. But that's what
But
I was
whether
saying.
the state pick it up or not, when we go to court, we don't just represent ourselves. You can choose to and look like a fool. But if
Right.
I
when
never
someone gets
said
an
that
attorney,
you
it's for them to
represent
think for
yourself.
us because we don't know the law.
Okay,
Okay.
but here's what I'm saying. Even if they were, okay, let's say his lawyers told him, We don't think it's in your best interest to get up there and testify because they can bring your past and whatever. And what I'm saying is, right, this is just me thinking, and I have to put myself in that situation because I can't think what somebody else could do or should do.
Right.
If I was in that situation, regardless of, I don't care how many niggas I step to, I don't care how many niggas I done threw bows with, like we fighting. I'm gonna let that be known. Listen, yes, I do have a past of fighting men. I do have a past. They're not gonna put on social media. They're not gonna put what's on social media as a speculation. Yeah, they're gonna put, the stuff that people can prove that happened, that he did, right? So the thing with Prince, they can prove that because they actually settled out of court or whatever have you. He took accountability for that. He's gonna pay the guy off. You know what I'm saying? He did that to August Alsina. He lied about that, but let's just say that they brought that in court. That's still not the same. Me snuffing somebody, me punching another man who most people would consider that to be an equal fight.
Is that the
It's
same?
not the same as me pulling out a gun and shooting at a woman.
You're right.
So you can say I'm all types of thuggish, gangster or whatever, but that I am not.
Yeah.
That I am not. I did not shoot that woman. And that's where I find pause in Tory Lanez. Aside from what I see on the internet, aside from me seeing somebody who want to be gangster, who want to be in that crowd of, yeah, I'm not just an R&B singer. I don't just sing love songs. I'm a gangster too. Nigga, nobody's going to see you like that.
Tory Lanez get on the stand and say, I shot him, and the prosecution would have ate him up.
Yeah, but from your perspective about Kelsey.
No, I'm saying if he didn't shoot her, why not say I didn't do it?
Because because Jen, the law, they will sit up there and eat you up and find a way to make you say something,
but
and
if
you'll be
you
like,
ain't
what?
have a gun
Wait a
and
minute,
you
that's
didn't
not what I
shoot,
said.
there's no way that you can make me say I shot her.
No. What I'm saying is they find a way to, you say, okay, I didn't shoot this person. The prosecution will twist, they will turn, they will do everything they can to like try to get him to say something or implicate, confuse, because that's what they did to Sean Kelsey. He was going whichever way the wind blew him.
Wait a minute, but Jen, let me ask you a question, because
you know the ring that they are gonna, let's say I go to trial, the ring that they are gonna try to spin. You think I'm not facing jail? He's not facing jail.
You gonna win, Jen. You got a whole bunch. You got evidence, concrete.
According to a lot of people, that there was no concrete evidence with this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, but what he got, I'm just saying, when you leave it in the hands of 12 people, when you leave it in the hands of 12 total strangers, even if he didn't speak in court, how this happened in 2020, right? The deposition wasn't until September sometime in 2021, right? So in the end of September, the end of 2020, all the way into 2021, before the police got involved and started pulling people in the office and whatever have you, when he was doing all that mess, I want to say fuckery because that's what it looked like, when he was doing all that mess on the internet for the public, the public's opinion, you know what I'm saying, like the gaslighting and all that, why not one time, not once, not even, he didn't even insinuate that he didn't even play Shaggy. He didn't even play Shaggy's song. You know how people do subliminals? He didn't even play Shaggy's song. It wasn't me. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Jennifer, he got gagged. I forgot. They gagged him.
They gagged him because of all the mess that he was doing, not because.
Question, because y'all sitting there and like your perspective on Tory when you said Tory not taking a stand, that's what kind of got you iffy about him.
The fact that he chose not to say nothing.
Now
he chose not to say anything,
right?
Even before he got on, even before it became in the courts.
Right, but then now you also said the only thing that had you up in arms about Kelsey was that she pleaded the fifth on the stand and she took immunity. She took an immunity deal. So is it
Right.
safe to say
If
that it's
I was
up
on
in
the
the air?
would I have been able to convict
Tori,
Tory?
knowing
Honestly,
what you know,
knowing the bits and pieces that I have gotten from people off the internet, I, we would have been in a deliberating room a whole lot longer than the few hours that they was in there. We would have
See,
been in
let me
there
be
a lot
honest, Jen.
longer.
I could take that. I
I
could
could
take
take that. I could take
You know what I'm
that.
saying? Like
You would think about it.
my
that.
personal, personally, like if I was to take myself out the equation, I already told you I think the nigga's guilty. That's just me.
Right.
That's my thoughts. That's how I feel. That's his persona. I believe that he was being an asshole. I
Mm-hmm.
don't believe he was trying to hurt her. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? I believe that she did get hurt from his actions, but I don't believe, because I feel like, yo, if the nigga really wanted to shoot her, she wasn't that far away. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Like she was
Right.
close enough to get the fragments in her. So he shot close enough to her feet. You know what I'm saying? So I don't believe everybody was as drunk as EJ made Megan appear to be drunk. Looking at Kelsey when she was asking Megan, was she okay? She didn't sound belligerent. She didn't sound tipsy. I know it was only a short clip, but I okay, like how, and when they decided to start deliberating, the jury, I believe they had two questions, right? They had
Mm-hmm.
two questions that they wanted to know. They wanted to know the definition of willingly and something else, right? And I believe they wanted to hear Meg's testimony again, but then they scratched it and was like, never mind. If I didn't hear to understand why Kelsey pleaded the fifth, see, I'm on the outside looking in, not understanding why she pleaded the fifth. But if I was in the courtroom, I would have gained better understanding as to what her pleading the fifth meant.
Facts.
What does that entail? Does that mean that if she could possibly be guilty, does this keep her from being? Now, if they would have told me no, if she could possibly do it, yes, we can definitely come on, then I'd be looking at Kelsey a little differently than I am now. You know what I'm saying? Like I would have asked more questions. You know what I'm saying? I believe he willingly shot at the ground. I don't believe that he was intentionally trying to hurt her. So according to the charges that he was charged with, I don't feel like he was railroaded. I don't feel like he was,
Do you think
that he's
I
been
can respect that, Jen. I
blackballed.
can respect that.
do you think he should get 22 years for this
I don't think he should get 22 years, to be honest with you. I think he should do time because he
I
was
don't think they think he should get 22 years. I don't think Megan thinks that he gets 22 years, because that's the reason why Megan got in the courtroom and was acting the ass. You know what I'm saying? I believe this was one of those things where it was like, nigga, you know what happened. Stop trying to play me. And because you was trying to play me, now the shit done went left, because now it's on the internet and the police done picked it up. And now there's nothing really I could do. You know what I'm saying? Because I already said on the internet that you shot me.
Mm-hmm.
like
You
you
know what
see
I'm saying? So I don't
what you doing,
believe that
like,
for her career, you got to think about it. For her career, for the rest of her life, for her income, the whatever she's providing for her family, like whatever she got going on in her personal life, there is no way that she could have recanted.
yeah.
Even if she recanted just to save him from going to jail, which a lot of women do. A lot of women have called the police, and then next thing you know, the nigga get arrested and they don't show up in court and they throw the charge out because you're in fear of the guy going to jail. People have to understand, a lot of times women are more afraid of the nigga going to jail than staying out,
Mm-hmm.
because
That's
it's the
true.
kind of harm that you can inflict when you finally do get out. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So,
you know what, you know what gets under my skin is the fact that let's, like you said, let's be real. We don't really know who did it, right? According to all the stuff you brought up, we don't really know who did it. It could have been Tory, it could have been Kelsey. But just the fact that people are outraged at Megan when she's the victim, I don't care if she lied about sex. I don't care what she lied about. She got shot or she got hurt. Whatever. She is the
Okay, but
victim.
see,
She did not.
Nobody outraged at her. She's just a liar, and that's just what
She
it is.
got shot
And,
most definitely,
We
Hotshot. We
gotta
just trying to figure
got
out who did
shot.
it, basically, Hotshot.
you
That's
know
all.
that's
She got
fine.
shot.
But
She was
people
hurt.
are
It was
people are trying
wrong.
to justify her getting shot because she slept with
No,
Tory.
not at all.
No,
No, there's no
no,
no,
that's
that's
justification
not
for her
what's
getting
going on.
shot.
justification.
I
That's
don't
not
care
what's
what she
going on
did.
here.
Why she
But
deserves to
it
get
is.
shot.
No, I'm not
But
saying that's going on here. Don't take it personal. I'm just
yeah,
talking.
Oh,
but
oh,
that's not what's
oh,
going on here. But
I'm
there
talking
is a
across the
lot of
board.
speculation out there. Her past is being, but that's normal. Most people are gonna do that. My
I
situation, it
was
was
scared
brought
of
up.
that happening too.
There's a lot of
I'm
there's a
scared of
lot of people's past that, yeah, I mean, that's the reason why I can assume Tory didn't get on the stand, because he was in fear of his past coming up or his records coming up or anything that
Mhm.
could make him paint him in a different light than what he was trying to portray
But they
in
was on
court.
Tory's ass in the media because every time he said something or he did something, because he wasn't allowed to talk. The court told him that he wasn't allowed to say anything. And every time
Hmm.
he did open his mouth to say something, they made sure they gagged his ass real good. The judge. No, for real. The judge got in his ass for even opening his mouth.
Oh, Hotshot. I wanted to say something. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I said, a long time ago, I wanted to say I love how you advocate for women and how you was advocating for Jen, and I just wanted to let you know that I really appreciate how you advocate for women and what's right and what's wrong. And when I had saw that, I had a crush on you real bad. Okay, bye. You can go ahead.
No, I
Oh,
appreciate that.
I just wanted to say that. I was like, oh my God, he's so different because they always be tearing us down. But I'm like, I had a crush real bad. But not everybody can talk now. I just want to say that. I love how you
I
advocate for
appreciate
women.
that. I
Let's
really
drop the
appreciate that. I feel like
bomb.
we spoke before. Yeah, let's drop a bomb. Let's drop a bomb for that.
No, for real. I was shocked. I said, wait a minute. Men always say it's us. Who he's so different.
Always, I see it all the time. I see it all the time. Like, and it just pisses me off because I'm like, man, like who taking up for these women?
Hmm.
The real MVP. That is the question.
You know, um, and I feel like, yo, whether it was whoever it was, Kelsey, Tory, Meg was shot, and she feels like it was Tory. Kelsey feels like it was Tory. Tory feels like it wasn't Kelsey, and that just leads me to believe that it was you. You
Hmm.
know, so I
I
don't
can
think I
respect
agree
that. I
with
get what
Jennifer.
you're saying, Hot Shot.
That's
I agree.
understandable.
And I agree with what you're saying too, Lex. Be real. If there wasn't enough evidence, or if there was, some kind of reasonable doubt, yeah, I feel like it should be, reinvested or dug into deeper, a little deeper. But um, I agree with Jennifer as well. I feel like Tory shot Megan, but he didn't want to shoot her. He didn't want to hurt Megan. He wanted to scare her. His fucking decision was fucked up because he wanted to scare her. He wanted to be like, yo, you don't stop putting hands on me or
Nah,
whatever it is.
he think he a gangster. I told you, he wants to be, he wants to be looked at as that,
Right.
instead of
He
being
wants
looking
that
at
image.
looked at as like a little man Drake. Yo, if I ever see Drake in the hood, like I know he's gonna have security and all that. Like,
He's
you know what I'm
soft.
saying? Like,
Drake would never survive in the hood.
some
Drake
dudes
be
have it
rapping
in
like he
them and
hood,
then
but
some dudes
mm-mm.
don't. And I'm not saying that they don't have a hood in Canada and that they don't have what people can
Can-
consider to be ghetto. But what I'm saying, for him, Tory, little man, you little guy, you should have been like, some GQ, you know style type gangster. I believe that that's what he wants people to view him as. That he,
You putting on the
people have probably tried him and called him
Mhm.
short and little, and you know what I'm saying, like tested him or whatever have you, and he really has this aggression in him where he feel like, and his actions just kind of caught up to him. You
Mm.
know what I'm saying? Like, listen, look, dude, here's the thing. The other situations that has happened, he denied them. He didn't speak on it. He didn't speak on the Prince thing with the Love and Hip Hop. Now it comes out, nigga, that you settled. You paying the nigga to take you out of court. The August Alsina thing. We seen August Alsina face.
You know what I'm saying? We don't have a reason to look at him like he can't be trusted, even though we don't know him from a hole in the wall. He's a celebrity, but he told us the truth about him and Jada. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, we seen his face. I mean, it was a little animated. He was dramatic, laid up against the glass, like, it was a crime scene or whatever have you, but he was clearly messed up. His face was clearly messed up, and he spoke up and said it was Tory. Tory denied it. He lied. And then the same thing that he did with Meg, the antagonizing, I didn't do nothing. He never said I didn't do nothing. He didn't even say I didn't do it. He didn't, like I said, he didn't even insinuate it. And before the gag order, you got to think there was quite a bit of time that passed where things were being done. He had time to go on tour where he shouldn't have been. He had time to, make music and, talk about him fucking friends. And you understand what I'm saying? Then the baby came
Right.
out and now he wanted ad lib on it, talking about, yeah, he messed with me. Like, listen, he not only was gaslighting the world, but he had people that was helping him do it. You know what I'm saying? Where people have been questioning Meg's intentions from the jump. As soon as they heard anything about her sleeping with Tory and Kelsey was supposed to be sleeping with Tory, it was like, oh, you know what? You're a backstabber. You slept with that nigga. And you know what? You can't be trusted. And I feel like that's the issue. It's one of those things where if you're going to hold Tory up and be like, well, you know what? It wasn't fully proven that he was guilty. Well, it wasn't fully proven that he isn't either. I feel like it's basically even. And if anybody should be getting sued next, it should be the police department. It should be them on their fake ass investigation, on their not doing DNA, on their not, shoot, Tory, if you're innocent, why you didn't demand it? You know what I'm saying? There's so many questions that we could be like, yo, well, you could have did this and you should have did that. And the fact that he chose not to speak up, we're always going to have their side and
And he has a violent past. He has a violent
not
history. So
his.
even if he was innocent, it's easy for somebody like me or you or whoever to believe that he's not, and that's his doings. That's his irresponsible
Right,
behaviors.
because his reputation precedes his show.
Right, right. We
Right,
don't
Like,
have history or record of Kelsey being violent towards people.
and
Whether
that's not
she is,
people
I'm not saying
painting
she's
him
not.
that way. That's his actions. Those are things that he did. He went
like,
out of his way. You know what I'm saying? Like, he went out of his way to assault August Alsina. There was no need for that. Knowing you have all these
oh, when y'all
men
see that part, I
three
just
times your size. You know what I'm saying? Like, with you, that's going to help you out because they getting paid by you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's, you painted yourself as a gangster. So now that I'm accusing you of doing gangster shit, I'm wrong.
mm,
You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's that.
mm.
Like, listen, I'm no lawyer. I have no clue. I didn't tune in to the lead attorney. I don't really care for him, but that's really the only attorney I know on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So, as far as what you were
I
saying,
don't
as
really
far as the
care for him
courts and
either.
stuff, yeah, I get it. I get it, but we'll never know what those juries
Well,
were
that's why they
thinking.
call this the public opinion. You
Ooh,
know,
Right. This,
say that
well,
guy.
yeah, this is the court of public opinion, and court
hey,
of public opinion is rough.
yep,
Man, listen,
blocked out a lot of people.
the court of public opinion is
Hmm.
is is rough, and it's scary.
Hmm.
And it's scary
YouTube court is
because
even
even though
rougher.
you
Both
may
ways.
not be on the internet, your family's on the internet. Your
Hmm.
grandkids is on the internet. Your children's on the internet. Your brothers, your sisters is on the internet. And even though you may not be aware of something, they might be aware of it, and they could be talking about it in front of
Right,
you.
and the sad part about the public opinion, because it's coming from the internet, and a lot of people don't
Right.
understand the internet is only 1% of how people really feel. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you could hear one thing on the internet and then be walking down the street and hear a whole total different perspective.
Right. Yeah. Well, like I said earlier, like there's people who actually started a petition.
Oh
you
yeah,
know, and
Oh yeah, I saw
you know what
that.
I'm saying? Like they're looking for 25,000 signatures, and as of yesterday, the last I seen, they was already over 18,000. So there's definitely a lot of people who feel like he was railroaded or whatever. I just the where a lot of them are basing that off of, I think is they're not going the judicial route. They're
let me say
basing
this,
it
that if we
off
would,
of personal.
if all four of us was the jurors, we'd be in some hot shit. We
Oh
Yeah,
my
probably
because
God, we will
listen,
be
we would
swinging at each other.
look,
How
be
shall we be whooping
motherfuckers
our
even if it
concluded
came
ass?
to be,
like 2 weeks from now.
listen,
That's what
even
I'm
if it
saying.
came to
But at
be
least we would have been
deadlocked, it's
deliberating
one of those
fairly.
things
Like, you know
where
what
it
I'm
gave
saying?
room for some fresh people to come in, for fresh eyes, fresh ears, fresh, you know what I'm saying? Like who wasn't tainted. You can't tell me the people that was in there didn't already hear about some of this
Yep.
before they went in there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You
They
know
heard.
what I'm saying? Like, you think I don't think about that? I think about whether or not the judge kid's favorite rapper is Nicki Minaj, but that's a chance I'm gonna have to take. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one. If I go to a trial, I'm gonna.
All right, I got an update real quick. Megan Thee Stallion arrested after video surfaced showing she lied on Tory Lanez.
What are you talking about?
Where the
I
hell
don't
you
think
seen
that's
that
a good. I seen that video. I don't think that's real. Click that video.
at?
That's some
Like, what the
bullshit.
That
hell?
just dropped
Like,
my
Nah,
heart. Where
click
did
that
you
video. It's
where
on
hot
YouTube.
shot?
Yeah.
Nah, it's not real. It's not real. It's not real. I seen that.
Disregard that.
That
It's
ain't
fake.
real.
Oh my
It's fake. It
God.
showed two ladies fighting, two women fighting in the street and shit with like barely no clothes. This shit crazy. Yeah,
oh,
the internet
wow.
is a
Hot
crazy
shot trying to get us with a hot one.
I was like,
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
I
I
was,
seen that
I was
video
about
though.
to
I know
say,
that shit fake.
I was about to say, let's be real. Wait, hold up. You might be on to something because they fucking each other up on this video.
No, I'm like, where is that coming from? Like,
People do
what?
anything for clicks and views. You know that hot shot.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
definitely.
I mean, I'm not. I just don't want people to think that I'm like Team Tour or anything. All I'm saying is
Yeah, I
just
ain't.
based
Nah,
on the
I get,
judicial
I
system.
get,
Let's just be fair.
I
That's
get
all.
what
I
you're
just
saying.
want
I get
it
what
to
you're
be
saying.
fair.
Like,
Well,
we
let's keep
all
on it. When you dealing with the public, the plug, what you said, Jen, the court, the public
the
opinion.
court of public
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah, when you dealing with that, you're gonna have people who's biased. You get what I'm saying? And I,
Mhm.
like I said, I respect everybody's opinion. You feel like Tory did it,
Right,
fucking did it. You know what I'm saying? I
right,
Right.
feel I beg to differ, but what I'm saying is we gotta have understanding. You know, we gotta be
Yeah.
able to be in these stream yards with, I don't matter what blog it is, and have understanding. We can't
right,
all just be biased. You know, we
right.
gotta, everybody has to have
I'm here to defend either. Like, it don't do nothing for me to defend either one. So I'm just calling it how I see
exactly.
it. You feel me? I'm calling it how I see it. Like, I don't even. You can ask me three Megan songs right now. I probably just know what.
I mean,
Like,
I don't feel like
like
anybody's
DJ
defending
Cardi,
anybody.
that's not
I just
even her
feel like
song.
people are giving their opinion, and because opinions to me is
Right,
like assholes. Everybody have one.
right. It
We
is my
all giving
opinion. I ain't
opinions.
got no. I'm not. Wasn't there.
Well, listen,
Yeah,
I'm gonna just make this clear. I don't ever think that I'll be a good juror for anybody.
Me neither. I
You know what I'm saying? Like
me
me
either.
personally,
Yeah, it would have
I don't
deadlocked with
think
me.
that'll be ever good. I don't think that'll ever be a good gig for me. I mean, I'll show up if I'm called, you know what I'm saying, and I'll answer honestly, and hopefully, you know what I'm saying, they might not go for me because I'm, you know what I'm saying,
But
like
it only really
We-
matters. Shit only really matters when you believe in it.
yeah.
That's
I feel like the only person that's really like cool and calm and collected is Jen. The rest of us, if we were on the jury, it would have been domestic violence.
nah. I really don't. At this point,
Domestic violence.
I don't give a shit. I
No, you
really,
would have been
I just,
swinging in that
I just fuck
juror
with, I
room.
just fuck
Don't
with Hot
lie.
Shot and Zen. So that's why I came up here. I wanted to fuck with them with the case and all that, and shoot jabs and just joke around and shit. But really, honestly, I don't give a fuck. I'm tired of this shit.
Not- What's that hot shot?
That's what that would have been me. Now let me shut.
Yes, it is. You see what I'm saying?
You talking about would have been domestic violence. All right. Listen. Hold up.
Yeah, and then Hot
Everybody would
Shot,
have been
tell him how
arguing. Hot
you
shot
would
would
have
have been
been.
down my
You would have
throat. Like
wait. You
what?
after a couple hours, you would have called me and been like, "Yo, man, I shouldn't have
I
did
don't know
that."
what I did. I
I
don't
would have said, you know what,
Tell the
Jen, you're the
truth.
level-headed one here. Make the decision because I
know.
ain't got time. I gotta go to
Listen,
lunch, and
I
I'd
don't
have
know
been
what y'all
real
talking
mad.
about. I'm level
Jen
headed.
Listen, this
knows me
right here.
well.
Look, this wasn't about making an opinion on a case. This was just for people to express. I mean, from our not from our, but from our crew. Fuck that.
From
She
our
my crew
family,
too.
yeah, y'all
You
part
know what
of
I'm
our
saying? Like,
family.
this was
Everybody,
just one of those things that Hotshot has been kind of missing in action. He's been working a lot, and this is something that him and I have talked about personally. And he was like, yo, you should be my co-host, or you should come on the show, like, and we should talk about this. So this was just a chit chat. Just to see how people were feeling about the case, see people's opinions on it. This wasn't a come on and bash anybody in particular. We understand that people do have their personal opinions. Me personally, like I've said it from jump, you know what I'm saying? Like I would hate to lose my door into heaven, but by this observation that I feel that I have pertaining to Tory, but I got some other sins I got to work on too. So either way you look at it, you know what I'm
Don't
saying?
start.
I'm not perfect, but me personally, I felt like Tory was guilty and Hotshot was on defense when we were talking. He wasn't too sure. And a lot of it was because of the miscommunication, the misinformation that has been given. The fact that Meg did make one statement and then she changed it and made another, but we all can agree and that we believe Megan was shot. She was hurt. She
Absolutely.
was harmed.
And that was messed up.
And yes,
yeah.
and it
And
was it was
we had different things that we brought to the, like, we had this conversation, like she said, beyond the scenes, and we brought different things to, point out why we feel this and why we feel that. And I saw where she was coming from. She saw where I was coming from. I didn't know whether Tory had shot Meg intentionally or not, until I
mhm.
put pieces together. But I knew that he was responsible for the shooting. In my heart, I knew. Like, I mean, I can't say I knew. I still don't know because, like you said, we
Well,
wasn't
like you
there.
said,
Yeah,
in
but
your
that's your
heart, that's how you
viewpoint. Yeah,
felt.
you're
You know
entitled
what
to
I'm
your
saying? Not
viewpoint.
logically,
That's
but
how
in
you
your heart.
felt.
That's how you feel.
That's
That's
why
Yeah,
valid.
Yeah.
people
yeah,
talk the shit. Like, ain't
yeah.
nobody.
In my heart, I felt like, yo, he did have something to do with the shooting. Like, it was he. It goes back to what Jen was saying. That's how he portrays himself as in the media, in the public eye. So, one can only think, yeah, Tory badass little self. His little badass self. Of course, he shot. Like, this is what he do. He try to,
Yeah, like it never dawned on me that it could possibly be Kelsey. Like I never
neither,
had that
neither,
feeling. Like I
never.
never had that feeling, that thought. My only
Did I
wanting to
think Kelsey
question is
struggled for
why
the
she
gun?
pleaded the
Yes.
fifth. Like, what do you know that you're not telling us? Like, what are you keeping
See,
to yourself? Like,
and
what are you
Kelsey
not
and Kelsey,
admitting? But
I agree with Jen when she talks about Tori, but Kelsey is something about Kelsey that gives me snake.
Oh, I
Like,
agree. I agree. I
it's
I'm
agree.
something about her
confused with
that
Kelsey. I don't know what to
like
believe
the
with
way she
Kelsey. She
Yeah,
just
moves.
so
me too.
fickle.
Right.
yeah,
I
And
agree. I
she
agree with
moves,
that on
she
Kelsey. Like,
moves
she's.
really like weird, like like she a backdoor Meg her damn self. Look like
Mhm.
Meg probably backdoor her before she had a chance to backdoor her. That's how she looked.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And the
Right.
fact that it came out in court that she was stretched out in the pool drunk, like, oh girl, so you were drunk
On a
too?
floaty.
Right. On the
Could have
floor.
died.
Right.
Yeah.
This is
right.
a
Okay,
ratchet ghetto mess.
yeah, but but EJ also said that Kelsey is the type. He did say when she gets drunk, she's the type that she'll just go to sleep, and that's basically what she did. But when she got up, when she had woken up, she was good. She was straight. She wasn't, leaning and all that. That's why I say, like, people, it's a lot intertwined into all of this. And if you go from, the first statement that was made, the first video, the live that was done, when Tory went and did his song, and then Kelsey went and did her song, all of that happened before the gag order came in. And
Mm-hmm.
I still stand strongly on, he should have said something. He, even if it was only in the court of public opinion,
Opinion.
Mhm.
he should have, once the gag order came, okay, I get you not talking about it
He
anymore.
look, Jen. He should have been like R. Kelly on Gal King. This is my
Right.
life.
You understand what I'm saying? Like,
This is
yo,
my
like,
life. This is my life. I'm sick of this.
but he never,
I
not
gotta make
one
humor in this situation because this
time,
is
I
crazy.
got
like, even
yeah.
in
You
his
definitely
music,
do.
he wasn't saying that it wasn't him. He didn't
Right.
say that, yo, I never, even if he spoke in layman's term, like, yo, I have
Totally.
never in my life shot a woman
Right.
before. Even if he didn't say Meg and he just said the fact that he chose not to say nothing and the way he just pranced around like his shit didn't stink.
The
It
arrogance
just
of it all. Like,
right, the
what you think
arrogance. And I
Yeah,
really
he was
felt
walking
like
like out
he
the
was
courtroom like I
shocked.
got
I
this in the
know
bag.
people say he didn't give much expression in the courtroom, but that's because his father gave it and his mother gave it, and he had to keep his composure for them, I believe. But I honestly truly believe that nigga, like, his heart fell to his feet. I really believe he thought he was walking.
Mm-hmm.
He thought with the inconsistencies and people looking at Kelsey the way that they were looking at her, that he thought he was going to walk away and gloat about it, and he didn't.
like that tweet he put out.
And you got to sit now. God said, listen, little nigga, you got to sit down.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? How you like them apples?
Don't use my name in vain in no tweet, god damn it.
You know? So, well, I
I
mean,
respect
listen,
everybody's
look,
He
viewpoint.
what
was
he
Everybody has a
quoting
said,
valid
Bibles and
viewpoint.
everything on Twitter.
listen, what he said isn't a lie.
Yeah.
What he said in that tweet is not a lie. You can't look at what he said in that tweet about what is it? No harm shall prosper or something like that or whatever.
No weapon
Like,
formed
No
against me shall
weapon.
right, no
prosper.
weapon formed against me shall okay, well, that's letting you know that whatever anybody tried to do,
Didn't work.
it didn't work. But nobody did voodoo. Nobody did any magic on you. Ain't nobody lit no candles on your ass. Ain't nobody, had a relationship with the judge. Nobody did any type of finical stuff that they could have tried. You let it be known. No weapon formed against me shall prosper.
Right.
Okay, well, that wasn't a weapon, nigga. You was just found guilty.
Right,
So
exactly. And he tried to use God as a way to, feel. I don't know why people use God. Like, it's like being a wolf in sheep clothing. Like, you trying to hide behind the Bible. You trying to hide behind the spirit. Like, you ain't the spirit, dude.
Yeah.
You know Kelsey is the spirit.
Right.
This trial made everybody hair follicles fall out.
Oh yeah. Now you right.
And then Jen, my baby Jen, now I'm gonna be swinging at the TV like a Hey,
listen,
but you're gonna be
look.
good, Jen. You're gonna be victorious.
We are
Oh, that's
gonna
gonna be a whole nother get. We gonna need y'all back
Baby,
on here. That's gonna be a
I'm
we
whole.
gonna be on
going
YouTube choosing
This
violence.
second time on here, to be honest. The last time I was on here, I was blasting the shit out of Nicki Minaj.
Oh, wow, I
I
just
remember.
loathe
Oh,
her.
I was eating her ass up because I'm
I
Cardi. I don't
loathe.
fuck around with Cardi B at all.
Oh shit.
I drags for Cardi.
Me too. I'm a Cardi. Yeah.
There we
I
Yeah.
go.
She do.
bloody shit.
Yeah.
Feel me?
well. Listen, I really enjoyed this. I was nervous about, you know what I'm saying, like, but I really enjoyed the conversation. I enjoyed people's, opinions and all of that. But my husband has been home for a couple hours now,
Yeah, I was about to say I'm
Like,
taking my.
where's the
and
bill? I'm hungry.
like,
I know
you know
that's
what I'm
right, Jen.
saying.
Go be a
Well, not actually.
wifey.
Look, my husband is the cooker, so
Oh,
even
he is? Oh,
yeah,
shit.
he's gonna cook me dinner. Hotshot to
I
tell
know
y'all.
that's right.
Oh,
Yeah, he'll be
Yeah,
cooking for me.
Jen got it
But
good.
good
Jen
man.
got it good.
That's a good
I
man.
gotta, I at least go say hi. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's been all kind and stuff and let me just rock out with you guys. He usually does. You know what I'm saying? Like, me and Hotshot, we talk pretty often. We check on each other. So ain't no beef there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he don't get in the way. He don't get in the way. He's respectful of us, talking often. So I'm grateful for that. I'm
Thank you,
grateful.
Bailey Barack Show. I will. She said I need the ghost. I need the co-host. Oh, she said
I told
guest
you.
host again.
I told you. The baby
Yeah.
Barack. So yeah. MJ, thank you. It was a great live. We had great panelists up here, and I really appreciate everybody coming through and sharing their opinions, whether it differed or not. Like this is what it's all about. Let's get clarity. Let's see why we think this way and why we looking at it this way in this specific scenario. But yeah, I appreciate you, Big E. Lex Be Real, I definitely appreciate you, and I wish you luck on your YouTube career.
Lex Burrell, that's your channel name?
Yeah, let's be real.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely go ahead and check her out, people.
Yeah.
I've never knew.
Subscribe.
I didn't even know you was a content creator till the chit chat mentioned it. But
Yeah, it started off as a hobby, but then I started to use it like to, you know, express my opinions, and it became what it became. But yeah,
I
but
got a
I appreciate
YouTube,
Hotshot
but
Radio. You know, you.
I don't be on it.
I appreciate you guys.
I thank
Well,
you
I
for
have
your
one. I have one
platform.
too. I don't be on it either. I feel like people only want to hear mess.
Right,
So
exactly.
I'm a wait till all this is over, and then y'all can watch me and my cows and my goats and my chickens and shit. You know. Yeah. You
There
know.
we
But
go.
listen, I love you guys. I
Love
appreciate
you, Jen.
the the communication back and forth, regardless if we didn't fully agree. You know, it didn't have to get nasty or
Right.
disrespectful, and
Right.
that right there, it helps. It's a start. You
Yeah,
know.
definitely is.
For the record, I'm always support women. You know, so yeah, that's it. Bye, guys.
Take
Bye.
care, Jen. I'll see you later. We talk to you later, and thank you for coming up here. You did a great job, by the way, man. You were scared. I told you you're gonna do
Thank you,
good.
thank you, thank you. All right, you
Yes.
guys, later.
Now go be a wifey.
I
Later.
will. I will.
Okay.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you. Let's be real, be
Thank you
Biggie.
so much, Hotshot.
No problem. It
You
was
have
a
a
pleasure.
beautiful, amazing platform. You're very different from a lot of people, and you come with the facts, and you're very credible, and I love that about you.
I
Real
appreciate
bad.
that, and I'm gonna definitely try to check you out.
Not biased. I like that. He's
I
not
like,
biased.
yeah,
Of hearing other people's opinion. I love that.
yeah,
Right, right.
very
Yeah, I
professional.
appreciate it. I'm glad you noticed that, Big E, because I've been looking at everybody. You know, I see. I haven't been looking at everybody, but the people that I have seen is like, I'm like, you know what? I don't even want to see no more. I just want to really put my own thing together. Like, I don't even want to hear no more because I just heard so much different shit. And I'm like, nah. I don't want. I don't want
Yeah,
to.
just take
Yeah,
your
because when you go on
turn.
a platform, hotshot is domestic violence. If you don't agree with them, domestic violence.
Oh yeah, trust me, I've been there.
They
Right.
they was dragging me for they ate me up on the channel.
EG,
So, but
who's
hotshot is different.
EG? I appreciate that. EG, we got to make it quick because I'm about to close up the show.
All right, I'm
Oh,
out. Thank you so much, Biggie. Thank you so much, Hotshot, for your amazing time and your amazing platform.
Thank you as well, Lex. Be real, and y'all go ahead and check her out. And definitely, I hope to see you guys soon, and have another conversation in the future. You
Thank
take care.
you. Bye, everybody.
Alrighty. Um. Oh shoot,
Shot.
what's going on?
Hey, Asha. Hey, hotties. Hey, shooters. Hey, everybody. I just wanted to jump in real quick because I'm at the store running errands. But somebody did say, a few people said that there was 47 pieces of evidence. That's correct. Like, if you read the transcripts, we, the public, only got like Dennis Byron and all of them giving us, and Megan, what's that white girl? The white girl Megan, that's the reporter, and all them other people. We just got them giving us a condensed version. The prosecution submitted 47 pieces of evidence. Some of those things include um Tory's jail call and some other things.
Right.
Tory only submitted four, four things that wasn't on the prosecution's list, four
Hmm.
additional things that wasn't on their list. They submitted 47. This is not a railroaded thing. So I just want to say that. I hope everybody have a happy new year, but we gotta stop this. Like this black women, we gotta stick up for the right things. Like let this little leprechaun go to jail, call it a day. He wasn't railroaded. He, the leprechaun wasn't railroaded. 47 pieces. Nah, they did it. Even with the bullets that got lost, and even with some of the other things that went missing, still the jury heard 40 or saw 47 pieces of evidence. Dennis Byron didn't see 47 pieces. Milagros didn't see 47 pieces. Armand didn't see 47 people. The jury saw 47 pieces. So just give it up, give it up, give it up. Let it go.
And
Let it go.
that's on period.
Let it go.
You feel me? Listen,
All right,
absolutely.
y'all take care. I love y'all.
Thank you, Ebony Goddess in the building, baby. Thank you for coming through and sharing that great piece of information. We really appreciate you. And absolutely, 47 pieces of evidence should be enough. to convict somebody, right? So, like she said, we didn't see it, but the jurors saw it. So I guess they made their decision accordingly, and according to the evidence they saw. But it's the leprechaun for me too, Biggie. All right, what we getting? What we leaving with? What's the outro? We playing the Meg or what? We playing Meg? What we playing, man? Because listen, whether he's guilty or not, he got found guilty. I guess we got to give a little praise to Meg because she did get dragged for this for a long time. So what we playing for Meg? What we playing for Meg? She-Hulk? Should we play She-Hulk because she beat the flying fuck out of little leprechaun Terry? That's not even a song. Wait a minute. Wait, I shouldn't be laughing. But let's play something. What we play? What y'all saying in the chat? Play Ungrateful. Oh, okay. See, we getting somewhere. Let's play Ungrateful from Megan Thee Stallion. Damn, we've been up here for like how many hours? Shit. Yeah, I didn't do one of these in a minute, so I can't complain. All right, let's see what we got. Megan Thee Stallion, Ungrateful. Here we go, y'all. Thank you. Thank you all for coming through. I appreciate everybody showing up. I know it was last minute. I know I ain't been out here in a little minute, but yeah, I appreciate y'all always and forever. I'm thankful for y'all. Happy holidays if I don't speak to you before the new year. Or happy holidays. I wish you a blessed one. Much love and respect to all my hotties and shooters. And we will definitely catch you on the next flick. It is.
Ay, but I'ma take it to the booth. Give a bitch an inch, she'll take it to the moon. Hoes let her start a pot and I'ma get a bitch a spoon. Bitch, one you ain't even a two. You would never be. Hey, tryna come fit that dick in my schedule.